Oh, yeah. You don't want to miss this one, YouTube. The 15 elder is off vacation, y'all. He's off vacation. It's about to go down. That's what I'm talking about. It's about to get greasy up in here. Get him in. You don't want to miss this one. 96 Bulls in the building, baby. 96 Bulls is back. We're going back to back. We're going back to back with these joints, man. Non-stop bangers. You don't, ladies, get in the building, ladies. Get in the building. Ladies, get in the building. This is going to be a good one. My brother, the 15th, is back in the building. I told y'all we all love, baby. We divine love at its highest point. We divine love at its highest point, baby. Get him in here. Hey, what up, Sunrise? You already know how we do it. Sunrise used to be on them classes back in the day when 15 was cracking heads. A lot of that stuff we didn't get a chance to put out, a lot of it. So we was already, a lot of the stuff people talking about now, we was already talking about it way back. And keep in mind, 15 got his own page. And he's got, we're going to put his page in the link so you can get him over 1,000 subscribers. Like he only need like 70 more subscribers. And he'll be at 1,000. Let me get switched to that laptop. We're going to get the 15 on in just a minute. We warming up the stage. But I tell you, he about to crack heads because he been in deep meditation. He been on vacation, studying, you know, get out in nature. You know what I'm saying? You know, 15. So get him in here, man. You don't want to miss this. This right here about to be straight banger, straight cap twister. You want to get your ball cap. We're gonna get that ball cap disclaimer, right? Because we ain't reimbursing niggas on their ball cap on this joint. And YouTube, we gonna keep it clean. We already know the rules now. We know how y'all doing it. So there's gonna be no profanity. We're gonna keep it clean, man. That thumbnail is fire, and I won't retire, baby. I ain't gonna retire. I heard Red Pill and Blue Pill say that they weren't gonna be teaching when they 90. Nigga, I'm gonna be teaching till I'm 90. Nigga, I'm gonna teach non-stop, nigga. I ain't retired. We ain't gonna never stop putting out information, ever. You know what I'm saying? Because we eternal beings. We live forever. So I'm gonna be putting out knowledge forever. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna retire, nigga. I'm gonna be 85 recording on YouTube, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's how we do it. That thumbnail is hot. It's fire. Hey, if you're in the building, that thumbnail fire. Shout out a Suge or Saw. Hey, Sarah, how you say sister in our language? Hey, drop that in the chats because I need to be. I'm substituting. I already know brother. I already know a lot of words. I'm substituting a lot of words out. So I want to substitute sister. So how do you say sister in our language? Like you don't gotta spell it exactly how they say it, but like give me the pronunciation way of how you would spell it. Because I need to know that because when I do the response on the comments, instead of putting sister, I'm gonna put our language in our language. You know what I'm saying? The Sabine language. So I already started doing it a lot with some of the stuff like brother. Okay, all right. You said za. So it's like it's just like brother, but zamata it. Zamata it. Is that right, Samra? Zamata it. I think I'm saying that. Oh, here go my brother 15. Let's get it. Oh shit, it's about to go down. Hey, we got 15 in the building, baby. Hey, you want to get kicked off? Hey, man, I got it already set up. We live right now. We got 72 people. We're giving them time to get in the building.
Yo, greetings, big brother.
How about, brother? It's about to go.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I'm out here on wheels. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on the move. So give me a minute.
Yeah. You can go ahead. I'll warm them up until you get set.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm gonna be talking. You know, I could talk to you. It's just, you know, I'll be closing this door. It's gonna make a little noise.
Yeah.
So yeah, glad to be here, man. You know, peace to the family when they come in and all that.
Oh yeah. Hey, they coming in like it ain't nothing, baby. It's going up. It's going up and up.
That's what's up, man.
Hey, if y'all want to show the 15 elders some love, we're gonna be dropping this cash app in the link. We're gonna be posting it every 5 minutes for the people. So you say people say, "Oh, what's this cash app?" I'm gonna drop it every 5 minutes in the chat. Plus, I already got it pinned. So if you want to go to the pin at the top, you can get the cash app. What I was gonna say. Okay, your 15 page. I
appreciate that, my G.
Okay. And the 15 page, I'm gonna have that posted in the links after the description because it like my computer funny, so it'll take 20 after we get off. It'll take 20 minutes to process, and then I'm gonna load the. Although I already got it saved in the the community chat. I already got his page in the community chat, and his page is on the old tapes that we got out already too. So I'm gonna put it on this. I'm gonna link it to this page. I mean this tape. Once we get through, it'll be on there like 20 minutes after we get through. Once it processes. So for the page, it's called Son of a Son. I'm gonna drop it in the links. So you can just go to the descriptions, and I'm gonna drop it in the comments. So because people are so crazy, they say, "Oh man, where?" I say it's in the descriptions, and they say, "Oh man, where is it?" I said it's in the description. Oh, wrong, get to the descriptions. All right, well, we put it in the comments for you, nigga. God damn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're gonna get you squared away.
You gotta love them now. Hey, got to love them.
Hey, let me just do this one thing, 15, then we gonna take off. Hey, Sunrise, so it's Zamar Ta, not Zamar Tayet. Because you know I'm substituting. This is how I'm learning the 15. I'm substituting some of the words we speak with some of our native words, the Sabine language. Like so, some of the words that I use, like Zamar, that's brother. So like when I say thank you, bro, thank you, I say sometimes I might say thank you, brother. I mean thank you, Zamar. That way I start substituting some of the words out. That's how I learn. That's how I'm picking up on the language by substituting certain words. Tact. Is it okay? So Zamar tact. Okay, all right. Zamar tact. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, I'm gonna get up with you, Sunrise, so I can hear you say it, man. I'm gonna get up with you, Sunrise. But my bad, 15. Hey, but y'all see that thumbnail? Hey, y'all see that thumbnail? That thumbnail is hot.
That shit is fire. Yeah, most definitely.
That shit is good. Fire. We got the 15 back on, y'all. Hey, y'all been asking. Y'all say, hey, maybe we need the 15. You need the 15. All right, so we got the 15 back on, and he about to crack heads and twist caps.
You know I appreciate that, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You want to go ahead and still go in? I mean,
you know me. You got to let it flow like nature, you know.
Yeah, let's just go, baby.
I ain't just gonna come in with no top structure, but I dang sure gonna let them know we just going to explore some stuff and give some interesting and some high perspectives or some high vibratory perspectives on what's going on in nature, what's going on in the human body because of what's going on in nature, and how all of that is connected to the solar system as well, from an outward and inward perspective. And that's what I think needs to be brought to a little bit more light. And I'm gonna mix in a little bit of, you know, circumology, wordplay, wordsmithology. You know, I'm gonna mix a little bit of that in, so everybody can learn that side of how I think as well, man. And you know, just hopefully we could just have a good time and be on a good vibe this evening, man, while I'm out here doing what I do, because you know it's gonna be subtle distractions while I'm doing what I'm doing. But I wanted to get on here and talk to the people, man. So I'm glad I'm here, bro. Is it any questions starting off? Do you have any?
Oh, okay, all right. So if y'all got, hey, I can get them questions rolling for you. That'll get you started. Okay, all right. If y'all got any, we got 107 people so far. Hey, be sure to share this on your Facebook right now. Let them know we live. Share it on your Instagram. Share it on your TikTok, man. Let them know we in the building. If you got any questions for the 15th, we that'll get it started off. Just drop them in the chat, man. Y'all, I know y'all had 1,000 questions that y'all was asking me, and I was like, hey, you gotta go to the 15th. So drop them questions right now in the chat, man.
I got some circumology for them real quick.
Go ahead.
Drop this on them. All right. The word, let's deal with the word head. Head. H-E-A-D. Head. Backwards is pronounced day. So in your head is where the light should be. In your head, it's always going to be daytime. That's why your thoughts is always moving. Because life is about movement. Live. I-V-E, the suffix live or on live, I-V-E, the suffix I-V-E on any word makes the word or puts the word in motion is what I'm trying to say. So to live is to be in motion or have the ability to be animated, to move. Because what our essence and content is electricity. Electricity is a lower form of magnetism, and magnetism is also coming from the sun itself, which is called the soul or soul. That's coming from within us, and on an external point of view, on the outside of us and the stars, plus we're also feeding off of the core of the planet, because the inner sun, the soul of the planet, is also giving life to the surface of the planet so that we can sustain ourselves here. One grouped operation that we all play a part of, that nobody can separate themselves from, exists here, and it's permanent. Why? Because it's completed. The operation here is completed. Now there's a change and a shift coming. The shift has already been here. People have been wondering what the shift is going to be. Well, I was trying to explain a long time ago in the stars, or the heavenly bodies, you know, the planets, the suns, the moons, and all of those things out there, they're having a change in climate or degrees. So we're going to go through another change in climate and degrees down here or in here. Because you know, if the planet's a sphere or a type of ball, where would down be if this planet is spinning? Right. Ain't no such thing as down or up. It's in or out. That's what happens. We come in as stardust. Stardust from where, you might say? Well, you know, the sun. Our stardust visits many planets. Particle stardust. Dust particles. They exist in the air all day, every day. Right now, as I speak, my thoughts are being electrified and moving because I'm breathing. All of this is coming directly from out there, you know, the sun. Sun's producing that electrical charge that keeps everything on the IVE part of living, live. You see, everything moving is because of the energy of the sun. So when I put on my page, son of the sun, I wasn't just talking about me. Every sun on the planet is a sun. Every last one of them, and it's various degrees and temperatures to the sun. As you can see, when the light from the sun comes in or penetrates the Earth's ozone, once it gets past the exosphere, it's right in the ozone where all of those little micro bubbles are, gas bubbles, where you can see the reflected or refracted light coming in from the sun's violet spectrum of light. Then it splits it up into 7 different degrees. Degrees is temperatures too, not just curves. As we see the bridge, we only see 1/4, 1/4, usually where we are on the planet. It's really a circle, the rainbow, because it's showing you as it comes in past the ozone, as it's being reflected off of the little bubbles in the ozone, gas bubbles, we can see the colors. Out there beyond the exosphere, it's violet. So down here, we end up manifesting from light into gas. We flow around in the wind. That's part of the brain or the mind of the all. The particle state, we're in the mind. Now, everybody might think they have or they possess a mind of their own. You do not. You possess a brain.
Fire.
This is what I figured out from my perspective. Your brain is a seed given to you full of information or full of the ability to program or be programmed with information. While you're down here on the planet, the body in itself is a part of the celestial bodies. So your body down here was divinely set up and given to you to be part of the chemistry of the planet. As we breathe in the oxygen that comes from the vegetation. Without vegetation, the gas situation changes. So then the gas exchange would make us change. We wouldn't be the same in looking or how we look. We would change in physical form in various degrees. Why? Because the gas changes. And if the gas changes, then the temperature on the planet is going to change too. Because that has everything to do with how the static or magnetism of the planet is being pushed around. All that wind we feeling and everybody not really understanding the wind is a type of static electricity. Wind is static electricity.
That's right.
We breathe that in. That's what's charging all the particles in the air. Negative charge and positive charge. So before we begin to think, we have thoughts. We have a brain that processes thought that comes from breathing. Everybody down here. And because of the sun, the air is charged. Therefore, we can think and the body is animated and has movement. Without that magnetic electrical power that we have, there would be no living, so to speak. Everything would be still, vibrating very slow, almost looking immovable or immoved, not moved at all. The trees appear to be still, don't they?
Yeah.
But they're not. Trees simultaneously live underground and above ground at the same time, and they feed or get fed by the ground and feed us from what the ground produces. This is all elementary knowledge. Because that's what we needed to go back to in the first place so that we can stop falling for stories. Stories within themselves help get us in the trouble that we've gotten into as a people. Language started that. And if we didn't have language and stories, people would just be following the wind, the nature part of it that I'm talking about. We wouldn't have no choice. We were nomadic at first when we first came down. Every time, in every state of existence we ever been in, we've always been on the move. Now we stationary. You see, which leads to another point. If you're stationary, somebody slowed down your molecules in a way to where you and I keep them slow for them. You know, it's like they self-powered by the system of television and the system of school and the system of all these things that keep us not knowing the whole picture. It keeps us refracted because that's what transparency does. When light passes or the violet light passes through a clear surface, you see the rainbow colors. This is the intelligence of the Caucasian. So they're going to give everything to you in puzzle pieces, refracted light, refracted information, split up, divided information. This is why we're so in an argumentative fashion. We debate all the time and think that this is how it's going to lead to us being smarter, when really we're just slowing down. They tear you apart in a different way. We tear you apart in a different way. Black people represent extreme heat from the sun, high vibrational heat. But what does heat do in chemistry? Except for separate the good from the bad. This is why niggas are so judgmental. Excuse my language with saying that word. But this is why Nubians are so judgmental. so intense, so loud, so rough, so rugged, because we set everything on fire with attitude and soul. And white people be looking at us with that numb coldness, and they got looking at us going, what's wrong with you? Or when they try to attack you and you start hitting them upside their head, it's almost like they didn't feel the first 6 punches. They don't even know they falling. There's some crazy stuff going on here. Ice is what they would represent. Cold degrees, fallen degrees in nature. That's what they represent. This is the flow right now, the pattern of thinking in America. They got us mostly on a cold type of thinking. We're cold to each other. And then the reason why is because who runs the government? A cold type of mentality. Now, I'm not trying to slander. It's like everybody gets a turn, so to speak. In nature, so when they say life ain't fair, yeah, it is. Everybody gets a turn. Even what you think don't deserve a turn gets one. Well, we live up here in certain quarters of this continent here in North America, it get real cold. We have summers too, we have spring, we have fall. We have all of those different degrees is coming at us. That's why people from the north end coming into the south end tend to be a little bit more annoying, because people be looking at them going, why are they so intense? Why are they so fast and quick with their tongue and so witty? Man, they got to think with all them different degrees, hot, cold, warm, wet, hot, which is spring, you know what I'm saying? They're all over the place. But if you learn to gather that, it produces geniuses. So a lot of people that come out of the East Coast or Northeast end up being a lot of the major speakers, major geniuses on the planet from America, North America. I'm gonna say that because the motherland produces their own breed of geniuses. So do Asia and the continent, Asia minded, everybody got their form. Trust me, nature drops off a little bit here and there on every landmass. Every landmass is a large island. Every continent ain't nothing but a large island.
Fact.
Which brings me to this point here. Women, goddesses, the mothers, are the matter. They are the matter. They're the gatekeepers to the material third dimensional realm. They own that. Now, I don't know why any woman would want to give that up, but you own that. So they're calling you mother nature, as in mother nurture. Nobody gets nurtured without the mother or without the matter. Because we know if it don't matter, we see what happens to the babies that grow up with parents that think like that. We know daggone well they control the matter realm, material. This is why our sisters go through what they go through. They got to look a certain way. It's about appearance, because appearance is in the matter part of the realm. Men deal with the soul part of it. The soul controllers, their mother nurture, and we're father time. We deal with the soul, the carriers of the soul. And most of us ain't been really taking care of it. But I'm gonna explain this.
That's right.
The women are the gatekeepers to the third dimension, and they do not have a continent that belongs to just them. So I'm explaining to y'all why there's so much homosexual stuff going on, and why it's happening, and why it shouldn't be looked at as so much of a negative. As long as you haven't been turned away, you don't want to be, then leave it. At the end of the day, America is being given and handed over to the women, which is exactly why we have an Amazon now that everybody orders from. Amazon is an island, and Amazon is a type of woman, they say, large woman, capable of male feats. At the end of the day, it's a line of makeup called mascara, right? If I wanted to call women a group or pocket them together, I would say them when I'm talking about them. If you put them and mascara together, you have Themyscira, as in the island of Themyscira. Wonder Woman comes from the island of Themyscira in the storylines, because these storylines ain't nothing but spells anyway that they throw out there to see what kind of brains is going to catch the program, and then it deprograms what you thought and reprograms another thought. So now it had you thinking women are powerful, women are strong, and they are. Like I said, they're very important. They're the gatekeepers to the material realm. Why shouldn't they have a continent? Why haven't they had one? Why now? Well, now is just as good as time as any, because ain't no such thing as time in the first place. While I'm sitting there saying we've father time, all I'm saying is we guard the seed, they guard the gate. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. You know why? Because we have a partnership that we both have to gain a benefit from, that neither one of us can not accept. We be trying to not accept each other. But think about what we set up for our sisters so that they can own America. Think about it. The Statue of Liberty is a woman being broken free, right? Before Statue of Liberty, you know, we had Queen California over on the west coast of the continent. And they're telling how many more indigenous queens was around, but at the same time, like I said, they control the gates. So why haven't they had their own continent? Because right now they're getting the chance. And it's a whole bunch of fluster, filth, floor and filth stuff we got to deal with. And I'm gonna explain that, because when nature is having to shift, it has to go through its infancy first before it can get to an intermediate period and hold its own. So until she gets ready to fully take over the continent, the men they're gonna have to be here helping them. Now we have a type of man that focuses more on the cold-hearted stuff, that don't want the woman to have nothing. And then there's a type of man that knows, hey, she can have it, but if we handing it over, we got to at least tell her what it entails. We're not going to go into slavery to you when we give it over. It's not going to happen. But the family still has to go on. Think about the families. Do y'all necessarily want to live off of sperm banks? You know, do the sisters want to live off of sperm banks? Do women, period, want to live off of sperm banks? Are we hated that much? Is the sun in the outer space, or the space outside your body, is the sun in the galaxy hated by all the planets? Because if it is, then feel free to hate us, because that's what we are. That's what we represent here.
Raziel.
Yeah, the rays. We're literally the sun personified. That's why they call us males, right? Check this out, circumology effect.
Go ahead.
Male is also M-A-L-E. Male is also what? M-A-I-L. And who brings the mail except for the messengers? So who shouldn't be listening to the males or the sons? And why we've been falling for enough propaganda in the media for that part of our reasoning to die. Now we're sitting up here not even knowing how valuable women are, and not knowing how valuable the male body is. Both bodies are very important. The male body is the deliverer. We bring in the babies. I mean, the seeds, I'm sorry. Women house and clothe the energy. And then when the baby get here, what's the woman doing? Doing the same thing, because by law of nature, her nature can't really be broken, no matter how confused TV tries to make both of us. You can't break the cycles. They're innate in your DNA. You're talking about over 50-some trillion years of information in each cell in one DNA strand. And the molecules that hold it together. This is all a microcosm grown into a macro state, which is a slower state. So as our energy retards, meaning less electricity, less volume as we get older or age and decay, The body starts to corrode, the bones start to corrode, the body starts to break down, just like a mountain does over time, just like a rock does over time. Why does anybody want to stay in the physical state so long? This is the heaviest state that we go in as air, as beings of air.
Right.
Electrical beings of air. Air is the safest state of existence, which is the haven part of your existence. So when you pass like gas, you're going to be out of the body. And when you're out of the body, you're part of the ether. If you're part of the ether, then guess what? You're in the most heavenly state because nothing can touch you, but you can touch everything. Now that's heaven. But don't nobody look at that because they think the body and its pleasures, the pleasures that come with the body, don't nobody want to let go of eating, singing and dancing, shucking and jiving, partying. Black people, we love the soft shoe, you know.
Soft shoe, yeah.
I love the family, you know, but let's just keep it real. Let's just be honest. I told everybody what the keys to a successful village or civilization for us would start out as: you need a group of scientists that know how to use the minerals and the elements in our favor, because the scientist is on that God level of higher intelligence of the higher sciences, the ones that study the quantum, the ones that come from or that go into the dead bodies, they slice them open, they do the gruesome, gross stuff that'll make the rest of us puke and throw up. Because we don't really like, because a lot of us don't like the material realm. It's a little, you know, slimy. When it comes to the air, though, that's next to the electrical state. You're light.
Mm-hmm.
Think about why they release balloons at funerals, or light or put fire inside of lanterns and put them in the water, because the light represents the highest state of you. And the wind is what? Blowing those lanterns in the water. The wind is moving your spirit, your light. These are representations of us in the elemental states. But we just belittle ourselves. We get in the human body and we just start falling for all sorts of stories. Because remember, the word story, if you change the Y into an E, you got the word store. Store is like where you store information and store products, and you put things in there when you store something. So a story is how we used to program the minds of the children. That's how we still do today. We lie to them. We lie to them to protect them.
Yeah.
But the lies get carried away if you don't grow out of that state of existence, which is the infancy state, the toddler state, the teen-age state that they got us calling teenage. You just threw another E in there and changed the whole vibration of the spell up, and people running around not knowing teen is 10. But it is what it is. We are just as important as the planets. We're not going anywhere. I mean, all of us are. I mean, forgive me. I'm saying the human DNA strand on the planet serves as a filter. The human body, the human condition serves as a filter for nature. That's why your body has a digestive system. Everything that goes in it has to be processed as information and passed through, because you are part of the central intelligence in the all. Every human being, the highest level of it. And ain't no such thing as really stupid. You got high vibratory brains, and then you have retarded brains. Retarded brains does not mean mentally ill. It means that your brain is not firing on enough electrical production. Something might be wrong with your breathing. Get exercise. Exercise speeds up the metabolism, speeds up your electrical conduction, and makes you more magnetic, because everybody that exercises tones up the muscle. The muscle represents the rubber band strands. Electricity is what makes your body look defined. Tightens up every cord and makes you what? More magnetic, which is more attractive. This is how our energy is conducted when we're in our finest state. We're in our highest state when we're eating nutritional food, breathing right, and getting plenty of exercise. Because a parasite cannot live in a high vibrational body. The electricity will electrocute any and everything that goes in that's toxic, serving your purpose as a purifier for the air and an electrifier for the air, because we breathe out the carbon dioxide into the air to keep it electric and to feed the plants and vegetation so that they can sustain our lives. It's a gas exchange going on here. Why would anybody think that they only get one body? Do the trees only drop one apple? Do the birds not eat the seeds and then defecate while flying somewhere else? Can't tell me the birds don't listen to the wind. Everything else is, because the wind is consciousness. The air, the gases are consciousness. The ethers in it are consciousness. The electricity in it is life. Living. Electricity is living, y'all. That comes from solar power. We wouldn't have any electricity if it wasn't no sun. So we have to understand our celestial connection. Everybody down here in the body is worshiping for what? Somebody that hit us over the head with a book. And, the books are the box. You should only go in your box for a bit of information, a treasure or something. You might want to store something in your box. That's what the book is good for. You bringing your information from fourth to third to second and trapping it in the second and sealing it. Anybody that reads it in the second dimension look or perspective, which is the flat page with the white background, which is supposed to be transparent, which really messes up your, how you see. Over time, that is. Everybody that read books ended up wearing glasses.
Hey.
Ain't no telling how many times that happened back in ancient times before we figure it out, that your eye is designed to see depth, height, width. In this third dimension, your eye is designed to catch 3 dimensions. And it can't catch 3 if you're looking at a flat page, it can only catch 2.
Thanks.
I'm trying to explain something to everybody so that they stop. You can accept whatever story you like, because I like all the stories, trust me. Which is why a pen name is Raziel. It's a name I would use if I wanted to write a book. But look, there's plenty of people that was born nowadays named Raziel. I was born Anthony. But I'm not going to shy away from the effects of it. I studied the being, the character that is Raziel, and I relate to that being wholeheartedly. Now, I am one of the rays. Every man on the planet is, though. So don't let me step ahead of you like I'm more special. Trust me, every breathing body on the planet is special. We have deformities and things that happen because of lack of knowledge on chemical control when it comes to chemistry and body chemistry, blood and DNA chemistry when you're getting with a woman, or vice versa, when you get with a man. You got to know your woman's blood type. We don't even do no research on that. We just out there doing what children do. Naturally wild. Because we're supposed to be. And people go, man, women like bad guys when they're young, because they're naturally wild. When we're young, we naturally wild. Then we are supposed to be able to grow out of it. We rarely get a chance to right now, living in the state we're living in. But we keep getting born again. Your energy ain't going nowhere. It's going to be recycled in. If you want to go to another planet, keep this in mind. You're not going to have the same body type you got here. You're going to have a body type that's conducive to the states of gases that mix there, and the consciousness will be equivalent to the gases that mix there, like they are here and everywhere else. Remember, the consciousness is in the gases. So you can go anywhere you want. When you go to sleep, your body's non-operative, or supposed to be anyway. Some people get hijacked and they sleepwalk, but that's another story. When you're laying there though, and you're just breathing and you're breathing heavy, you're going to travel on a static current. Because you're not the body, you're a particle within the body. You're part of the soul of the body. You animate the body. Without the gases, there would be no electricity being fed constantly into the body from the electricity just right in the air. So you can go anywhere you want on thought when you're in that state. Thought is like breath. Thought is breath. You can't think at all if you can't breathe. And you're not holding on to no thought very long, which is why people like to get their thoughts in. They be talking all fast and trying to cut you off and get all in because they be like, man, I can't hold my breath that long. Can't hold your breath that long, can't hold your thoughts that long. They go hand in hand. So try practice, see how long you can hold your breath sometime. And then therefore you might increase focus too. Hold on to the breath, hold on to the thought. But when you start losing oxygen, you're gonna start losing control. You start hallucinating. Why do I say that? Because all that is conscious is in the gases, it's in the air. Listen to this. When you pass, it's just the same thing as when your ass is asleep. Excuse my language, though. I'm sorry, young girl. My bad, bro.
You good on that? You good on that one? You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, the F bombs and all that. That's what we. I know you don't really do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? You good on how you going?
I'm trying to make sure the children, you know, if there are any children or any young ladies listening and stuff,
yeah. We're gonna keep it clean.
Promote the cold-hearted language, but
yeah, we good.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you good. You free. You good.
Okay. All right. Well, shoot.
Hey, by the way, since you paused, it is the 15th. Today is December 15th. That's fire. That's alchemy like that's Tahuti in the background, man. Go ahead.
I appreciate it too, young elder 15. Thank you, brother.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
But I was trying to, I'm leading into all of the states of existence that we ride in as this consciousness, because consciousness is free to be and do. The wind is free to do and be. The gases are free to do and be. You can't control those. You can only trap them temporarily. They will escape. You can't contain them for long. They will escape. There's a way in and there's a way out of this planet through the poles. There's a reason for the poles. There's also a reason for your mouth and a reason for your butthole. The things you eat have to be filtered. The things that you can't use, the earth can use. Poop is supposed to go in the dirt because that's what it is. Dirt and mud and clay made by me and you. That's our role and our part. Somebody reprogrammed us with stories and programs on television. They told us a vision, made us become that vision. In this day and time, we have become the vision of television. They told us what to be, and now here we are it. Living it out in an imaginary state that we all call the Matrix or Earth. It's a material realm. But make no mistake about it. Men and women both are in charge of it. Women are the gatekeepers. Men are in charge of the movement. This is why we have always been allowed, pay close attention, wives, because I'm married too. This is why men have always been allowed to roam and move about. There's a lot of grooming on the planet that needs to be done. And it's not about our wants and desires here. We get blindsided by those things. It's about nature and our part in it. We lose sight of that all the time. What do they call losing sight? Going blind. And if you're always in your feelings, well, you blind anyway. What else does a blind person do except for feel their way around? Open your eyes, have a perspective. Don't let nobody deny your perspective. No religion, no church. Understand the church is something you lean on when you need to. The religions is a discipline that you recall to keep your energy in order so you don't become unstable. But it's often misused and misinterpreted by other people that have an idea, but they go with the flow and they have to make that dough. People got to pay their light bill.
Right.
They got to feed their families. They got to eat too, man. It just so happens because we just went through a winter state in the galaxy that Caucasians, which is the winter state of the black people, the Nubians, you know, extreme cold over extreme fire or extreme heat. I ain't gonna, you know, not always fire, but it's, you know, heat period is what we represent. So it's not winter anymore in the galaxy. That's what your Caucasian body types might be afraid of because they don't understand. There ain't nothing to be afraid of. A lot of they white women figured it out. They started running right to the sun like, black men, come on now, we need some of that intensity. Right. And then they started giving birth to the, you know, ancient, what they call them, demigods. The demigods, that's our demigods. Stephen Curry, and, you know, most of the cast is mixed with some Cabernet. Cooler. Yeah, hot and cold, you know, hot and cold. These people are some warm, loving, caring type people too. They're very, you know, nice. A lot of the mixed people I know are very nice.
That's right. I ain't never thought about that. 15, that's right.
It's their temperament, man. That's all I'm paying attention to. They don't like to fight. They get around us, you know, our you know, niggas, and we make you tough. Because if you overcook meat in the skillet, it gets tough. And that's what black people do. We're gonna cook you. So you can't be around, we can't be around each other too long because you're gonna be on fire. You gotta keep moving. Our energy is high vibrational. So if we spread out, we can cause more warmth all over the planet. Black people end up making the climate warmer and hotter. Well, you got Caucasians that need the climate cooler because it's more conducive to their blood production and production of that, you know, the type of gas that comes out of them, which is the same, but it's slightly altered because they have a pheomelanin, not a eumelanin. They cook different. They're different types of chemists. So make no mistake about it, brothers and sisters, we are nature personified. Not one of us is over the other. We stay in order. We stay a part of the system because you don't have a choice. That's not your choice. Breathing is not your choice. Try to stop breathing, man. I'm gonna keep laughing because this is this simple. Most people don't have any idea how long people go in one life or body, right? One life course. And they think, and they're scared in this one because the winner mentality got people thinking you only get one. You only get one. You're gonna die, go to heaven or hell after this, and that's it. And they scared the holy flim flam crap out of you. I gotta be on my Bill Cosby right now. They scare you. Fear moves you. It controls you. It's what controls sheep. Then you got your goats, like Muhammad Ali, stubborn. That's how they become. greatest of all time. And there's no such thing as greatest of all time if there's no such thing as the greatest or time. So it's part of a confidence spell that he might have had to use on himself to do magnificent things with his energy, putting himself under a trance, in the ring, taking blows. Cats is going, man, this dude can't fall. He won't fall. That's electrical, mental, that's going into the gases and the static electricity of the air. The man used to run 15 miles a day plus. So he's had a good arrangement with the gases. If y'all not running and walking and getting y'all's air,
right, breathing, especially
shame on you. Go ahead, young gun. I'm sorry, big bro.
Just want to add this one piece right here because that's powerful what you're saying about the breathing. So that's gonna hit a lot of our healing is come like you can heal yourself faster with good breathing, sunlight, and sleep. So when you go out, you cleaning the toxins out of your body when you breathing. You know what I'm saying? Like he said. And you also helping the planet while cleaning that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? That shit is fire, man. Go ahead, 15, my bad.
Yeah, it's a natural exchange that it's an agreement, right? So when people say, you know, how much grace God got and forgiveness God got and the wrath of God and all that, that's the lack of understanding of the wind. That's all that is. We kept, you know, we were stayed, they kept us in a childish perspective. They kept us in the storyline perspective. They wouldn't allow your brain to be released into the natural perspective. You don't have to call air spirit, but if you call it spirit, at least know what you're doing. You're not praying to an omnipotent God that you're not a part of or you're not. As long as you're breathing, it means you're everywhere at once and where you are too, because you're connected to the gas that everybody else is connected to. Think about it.
Hey.
As you breathe, everybody else is breathing. We're all connected through the air, family. There's no disconnect. You can be born of any degrees depending on your temperament in the body that you pass in. Let me say that again. You can be born in any culture of any race depending on how you pass and what temperature or degrees your soul is on. Trust me, this is all natural speaking. My perspective of what I went through, my brother Young Elder went through, and many other elders, people that are 60, 70, 80 years old, they lived their whole life on the story. The story what? Line. It's not a sphere, it's not a circle, it's a line. The story line, which means a line is only what? One dimension.
Fair.
So they shrink you from second dimension down to one line, one storyline, one dimension. Flattening your understanding, your overstanding, your understanding, your comprehension, all the way down to a retarded state of slow vibration. And they keep you there. Why they keep us there? Because they're preserving you. That's what the cold temperature does. It slows down the vibration of molecules and preserves the state that it exists in as it is. It won't allow you to change. But when you get around niggas, we're going to change you. Because we bring the heat, and the heat will separate the good from the bad immediately. You can't lie to niggas. Even though niggas do plenty of lying to other niggas. And this is fascinating. Like we don't know. I mean, it's amazingly funny to know that somebody is trying to fool you. And there's no need, because you can think what you want to think. You're free to do that. But what you think is magnetic. So it will pull things on the microcosm level into you and cause you to project things on a microcosm level that might be of occult degrees. If that's the case, You know how they say when a ghost is in the room, you can see your breath? Because that's a fallen in degrees temperature spirit or soul. It fell from what Doc would say, 9 ether to 6, which is just a part of 9. Because something can end up so cold, it burns you, hence for freezer burn. So you can't leave nothing in the freezer too long, can you? You also can't leave it in the fryer pan too long, can you? So being around white people too long will damage you. Being around niggas too long will damage you. You got to move your energy around. Black people need to touch everybody to speed them up. White people need to touch everybody to help preserve them. Why do you think they cut on people and help keep people alive and make people Frankensteins? There be all kinds of people running around here with fake ass limbs and stuff. And they limping around going, I'm still alive, baby. Like, bro, you're going to be existing regardless whether you got that body or not. Quit tripping. You're going to get a new body. Why you want them to sustain you and preserve this old body? You didn't have plenty of bodies. Have you forgotten? Yep. Because that's what retardedness does. When you slow down your electrical production. Brain ain't firing on all synapses or all cylinders or all neurons ain't firing. So you're sitting up here imagining most of the stuff, but you can't put the science to it because you can't take the puzzle pieces that the refracted intelligence of Caucasians put together. You can't even take that shit and make sense of it. Just looking at it going, this don't make no sense. And if it don't make sense, it ain't gonna make change. And take that one and put that on a t-shirt.
That's hard right there.
It's got to make sense in order for it to change you. It's got to. Now I got to dive into the religious aspect to just tell you, does it make sense to still believe in Santa Claus when you turn 21? No. You learn the truth and you get past it. It doesn't hurt your feelings. You learn the truth. Every man on the planet, women, listen to this. Every man on the planet is the son of the Most High Son. Every one of y'all are the daughters of the Most High Son. Y'all's body type is only a type that's productive on the planet Earth. That's it. As an energy, you don't have a female or male body. So you're not the female, your body. You're not your body is what I'm trying to say. Your body has a job, which is the gates, the pearly gates to be exact.
Let's get it.
Yeah, and I mean, if any children are listening, y'all might want to get them away from the thing now because I'm gonna go a little adult, and I just want to give perspective with this, not get raunchy. The woman's gates are in the shape of a pentagon. The 5-point star is not evil. Her pentagon is the gates that control the third dimension. 5-point star would be how we go from 5 to 4 to the third. Her gateway is everything here. And the reason why I said pearly, because we know substance comes out of it, looks like little pearls time to time. They call it discharge. But that is the pearly gates, make no mistake about it, because we go from the heavenly state to the earthly state.
Hey, pearl tone.
Yeah. And we leave out of the mouth when we leave to go back into the air or gas state right after we leave the material state. So there's no reason to panic about nothing. Don't nobody like pain. Pain is what controls us and keeps us in line. Pain. That's why we be going, oh shit. They talking about, excuse me again, I'm sorry. Oh snap, they talking about hell. Listen, You go through hell to become a finer being. Let me make sense of that. Khnum was on the potter's wheel. Pottery starts with clay. Clay is moldable and shapeable with the creative, artistic imagination of the mind. Once it goes through hell, it's being put in the furnace so that it can be solidified and become what it is in dimension. Most of the things that go through the furnace don't make it out uncracked. It's a lot of people down here or over here on the North American continent that go through the fire and they crack because extreme amounts of heat also increase extreme amounts of pressure. So they crack under the pressure. They never get to get pulled out of the furnace to be the fine pottery that we become in the flesh, that is. Because that's exactly what your dead corpse looks like. When all the life is in it, all the embalming's been taking place. We use the what they call it, the type of salt. It's like a nitric type of salt that we used to cover the body in over in ancient Kemet or Tamaray, where we absorbed all of the moisture in the body to keep the body from forming parasites and maggots.
Hey, was it light salt? Not light salt. It was I know
it's like
nitron
or something like that. It start with an N. The type of salt it is, but it draws out the moisture of the body to keep, the parasites and worms and things away and animals and things. And you got to dry the body out. And then after you dry the body, you got to take the organs out. You clean out the gut area. You leave the heart in. They usually used to leave the heart in anyway. But like you said, weighing of the heart, back in the days, that has to be stayed in. But you got to understand, when the body is laying flat in the horizontal position, it's like a balanced scale.
Right.
So the weighing of the heart is to keep the heart in the body on the scale in the horizontal position. That's a perspective, family. That's it.
Right.
So I'm just saying, this is how I take the mystery out of things, and I'm able to take the mysterious stuff and teach it to a child. It's easy. Children comprehend what I'm talking about, especially teenagers. When I start telling them about their connection to everybody through the breath, then they start understanding. Why would I punch you in the face then? And listen, some of us try to fight and we start feeling weak. We get weak. We don't have our strength somehow because there's something in the air, in the consciousness of the air going, now you done fucked up.
That's right.
Bro, I done been there. The time we be in our dreams and we can't win the fight. You hitting somebody with everything you got, and it's just like hitting a heavy bag. You taking it all and laughing. I done been there. And you wonder how you... Forgive me, bro. I talked over top of you. Go ahead.
No. I ain't want to cut you off. I just said you talked about this a long time ago back on the show, but we talked about the boxing and how they breathe and how they get their power from when they breathe. That's how they get their energy to push, to punch, anything. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Mastering the breath is mastering self. That's why the monks in Tibet, they do a lot of meditating, because meditating is you just sitting and becoming one with the air through breathing. You close your eyes because when you close your eyes in that still state, resting state, you're allowed to be one with the breath and the breath alone, nothing else. Then you can think and be and travel and see whatever you want to see. Because the infinite possibilities exist in the small, tiny particles. All that you can think of, all the realms, all the verses, the universes, the multiverses, the omniverses, the verses, the storylines, the scripts, the scriptures, the prescriptions, the scribes, where all of the verses are. That's where they are, in the breath. So as they come out with movies like Quantum Mania, Ant-Man 3, I'm probably gonna love it. You know me, I'll go watch all the movies. I just bust them down.
Right.
I
Right.
don't see no. I enjoy the entertainment value of the magic. You know what I mean? Because I understand the spell that's being casted now. I know that what they put on the reel ain't actually real. So I just sit there, watch the movie, but I don't let it move me. And if it does, I don't lose control of myself. I gather control of myself and say, it's fine to cry every now and then when somebody move your vibration with all that good sound and music they had in it, with the color scheme and the scene they had, the editing and the angles of the light, the angles of the picture of the camera. So that stuff moves you. You see the people on there sending you their vibration. They crying, they laughing, they angry. You bond with that as it's being put out there in the airwaves. The vibration of it is electrical. It moves you. So it's all right. Once you know that, you go, it's all right for me to feel this way. Not, nigga, you gay. You could cry, man. Change the spell word. Don't call it crying. They got many different words for it. You can choose any spell you like to describe your existence down here because you came out of the creativity of imagination. Imagination is the air. Consciousness is imagination, family. Just listen to what I'm saying. Everything that's being created comes from that part of the realm. Air backwards is what? Ray. I said this before. This is the circumology. Is an emperor or king or a Ra or Amun or Atun, you had to have an heir, excuse me, in order to continue your bloodline. Why are the men or the sons called males, sons, and heirs? Why? If we're not important,
Right.
we're very, very, very important. So when somebody goes, the Black woman is God, make sure you understand, not without us. We're God too. God is good all the time. God is the word good all the time. That's the subliminals in that prayer. God ain't nothing but the word good. Devil ain't nothing but the word do and evil put together. Evil ain't nothing but negative energy. It's cold energy, freezing temperature energy, or extreme heat. Anything extreme could cause your molecules to be unstable.
Right.
Anything, any type of extreme. The extreme cold slows you down to an extreme, and the extreme heat speeds you up to the extreme. Heat rises. I used to teach all the time about Fahrenheit versus Celsius because that's how they think. Now, I'm not saying anybody that goes through hell is a demon or has to stay a demon, but listen, when you're in a low state of energy, you're in a cold state, a cold vibration. It's only temporary until you get around somebody that can heat you up. You get around enough people, they'll vibrate you, speed your vibration up. No matter what happened to you in your life, you'll be able to get past it knowing this type of information because it's real. It's real. If you think about nature before you think about anything else, you'll figure the stuff out, the systems that is. You study your body, you'll find out how many systems exist on the inside of you. So how could it be different on the outside of you? As above, so below. You know, if it's out there, it's in here. That's consistent throughout the entire all. Another word for all is what? Om. Also, and. And An is also another name for the sun in different cultures. So us being elementals is consistent throughout all these religions, through everybody's perspectives. They just hint at it. It's been right in our faces the whole time. I remember telling a brother when he was asking what the mission is, and I tried to let him know, did you have children? He said, yeah. I said, well, then congratulations, you're successful in nature. It ain't nothing more to it. People be like, man, I got to be something. You are something. Get a grips on your reality here. You can be anything you imagine, but doesn't mean I got to imagine it with you. Sometimes I could just let you be what you is, what I am. I let people come as they is, If you are what you are, it is what you got to be until you want to change it. Somebody can show you something different and you can just, yeah, I hear what you're saying, brother. But I got my life pretty figured out. You dig? And that means leave me alone in so many other words. So I don't be just going around throwing advice or throwing suggestions up on people no more like I used to when I was young. As a life path number 9, and I hope everybody knows their numerology, man, their birth chart and stuff, because it's vital part of information to knowing where you've come from, where you've the direction in the solar system that you came from, your energy, and the trajectory that your energy is on, which is why it's called a chart. A chart is like a plan or a map. Don't the doctors need to look at your chart before they can operate on you in the emergency room? They have to know which way to go. So you and everybody else need to look at their birth chart, please. I'm a life path number 9, and I'm also the 9th zodiac in the solar system. And my birthday equals out to 99, but 9 plus 9 is 18. So you crunch those numbers again to make 9. That's what makes me a life path number 9. You can do it with your birthday. Anybody can. But it lets you know what type of rhythm you want in nature. Rhythm is movement. Rhythm is a form of vibration. When people learn what type or what life path they is, it'll help them understand or understand a whole lot more things about anything that's been said to them. And they won't mind it either. Because after I start seeing things from a natural perspective, knowing that the wind controls everything here through the power of the soul, the soul controls the magnetism. You got a soul on the inside of the planet that's also moving in orbit with the souls of other planets and the soul of the sun. So we stay in orbit without crashing into each other. Why, when we come down here in this plane of existence, we start fighting? It's almost like we most definitely forgot that we're just as important as everything else that we think is bigger than us and or smaller or better than us. I could be better than somebody temporarily in a moment. Just a moment, bro. And right after that, you can be better than me. It shows growth. And better not meaning you're more superior. It means you're expanding. From my perspective, you can have whatever divine perspective you like. Look at it how you want to see it. Trust me, I seen a dude that's living in the 80s mentally, in his brain, he's programmed in the 80s. He walks around in the street with a boombox on his daggone shoulders, still to this day in 2022. We call him Sideshow, or after dude from The Simpsons, Sideshow, something. No, I'm sorry. His name is Disco Stu. That's what we named him. The people in the hood, niggas, we give everything nicknames. So we put the Disco Stu on him. But the dude is living in the 80s now. But he moved from the 70s to the 80s in how he dressed, how he walk, how he move, how he talk. Because he's choosing what reality he wants to live in. You know what we call that? Crazy. He's got free will to do that. And we go, man, you crazy. Crazy is a magical spell word to freeze your ass from doing what you want.
That's right. Hey, you cut out 15.
Young Elder, I'll be right back. My wife calling.
Okay, go ahead. Hey man, we in the building, we live, we lit. Talking about Celestial, and we're gonna have the 15 on mode too. Coming on mode to do the shows. And plus, we're gonna have his page in the links after the show. So if you want to go subscribe over to his page, he got some good comedy shows and things that are going on over there. You want to get involved in and get in over there, get him up over 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, but hey, go ahead, you back, event. So hit that like. Hey, got 200, 300 some people. Hey, hit that like, man. Everybody hit that like. Gonna show the 15 some love. Like I said, we got this Cash App in the link. Somebody just complained and said we drop it. Like I said, I drop it every 5 minutes. So you can't. And then it's in the
I'm gonna leave out. Come back in. My audio got disconnected
hey, go
from
ahead,
my
go
head.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
That'll work. I'm going in there. Stop doing on my phone. I'm recording live. I got you 15. Oh yeah. Hey, look, I'm telling y'all, I already got like 10 classes loaded up in the premiere. So you don't see them yet, but I'm for the premiere a lot of ancient Kemet tapes. Okay, here go to 15 right here. There you go, right there. All right. So y'all get ready. We about to take off, man. We're taking off.
Right, I'm back. I'm
So there you
back.
go,
Sorry
right there.
about
It's
that,
perfect.
brother.
Oh, you good?
My
You good?
headset got disconnected as soon as my mother goddess of matter, and, you know what I mean, my wife called me. You know what I mean? They control the realm of matter, brothers. So you got to understand and understand why women love diamond rings. They like everything that glistens and gleams. They like the clothes, the material, because they gave you clothes and material. They be looking at you like, you gonna give us something? They forget we gave them movement and animation. See? So we both are special. Ladies, men, we give. Y'all are designed by nature to be introverted, to receive and take in. Y'all give from up top, from the infancy. We give on the other side of living, when you're in the older part, it's usually men that come to everybody's aid and rescue. So y'all take care of us to make sure we reach the middle age, and men make sure that we can reach from middle age to old age. And we do everything in our power to develop systems to protect us. But we've been fighting against other men. Because there's a perspective here where the Caucasian perspective in North America and in the world, you know, is starting to supersede everybody else's perspective because they've been controlling the storyline. Now that they're not in full control of the storyline, there's a lot of, you know, Black or ultraviolet spectrum people writing books now. So they don't have the almighty pen controlling everybody else's thoughts or when. We controlling it too. It's going to cause a disturbance. It's going to cause a tornado. It's going to cause a hurricane, which is a whirlwind of energies and mass confusion at first. By the end of the hurricane, everything's going to settle, and everybody that's still alive after that is going to have access to all of the material. What do I mean? Fanaticism is killing people every day. Fanaticism is causing people to sit and wait and expect something to happen. And as long as you sit and wait and expect, you're not moving. If you're not moving, you ain't alive. Young Elder, have you ever looked up the definition of IVE, I, as in the suffix?
No.
Look up the suffix, the meaning of the suffix IVE.
I got you.
So you can show them what I mean when I say it. That way they understand I'm not making this up. I had to go through the refracted information in order to pull it together like any other Nubian teacher. We got to. If you don't dig through all the rubble, you don't, man, I'm telling you, you won't be able to get people out of the whirlwind that's out here. It's a whirlwind, man. I'm trying to tell you.
You said LV, LY?
IVE. I is in I
okay, I got you right here. Doing or tending to do something
idiot, as they say.
Specific. Doing or tending to do something specific.
Hold on, let me blow it up real quick, see if there's any other part of the definition.
Okay.
Gotta read is this okay? Definition meaning. Go to what does the suffix IV mean? Yeah. Hold on.
Relating to or causing. An answer is explanation for the word attractive. The suffix IVE means relative to or causing. Adding IEV to a word attracts makes it an adjective that means causing to attract or relating to attract.
Hold on.
Maybe you get
That's not it. That ain't what I said. Hold on. It's close though, because you can't cause nothing without moving.
French. If
you know,
it's a Latin, mostly example.
Okay. Type in etymology.
Okay, that's right.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. You was just reading something.
Yeah, well, it says French, if from Latin,
relating
most
to
example of words in the ending of adjectives, action, attractive, consecutive, corrosion.
You see it where you say action?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Action is movement.
Yeah, that's right.
Action is movement, and this IVE is action in the number 5, the word live, and hive, and anything with IVE at the end of it. It means it's
fire.
Moving.
That's fire.
It's vibrating, right? I mean, and if it says it's a attraction, then that makes it something magnetic too. Yeah. Gravity ain't nothing but magnetism on a grand scale.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but you always look at the suffix, and you always look at prefix meanings in words, and it helps you see other, dimensions of the spell that they try to hide from you that were there when they created the word. They can't take these little minuscule meanings out and say that the word means what they completed all this stuff that gathered it up. It means like just the word that.
Dive. Dive is it means an action. Dive.
Right. If it's IVE on it, it's alive, it's moving, it's action, it's in motion, it's a cause for it, as in we be cause. We be cause. We are the beings. We are beings because we have a cause. A cause to do what? Come down here as bodies and help filter and clean up the air or system here, down here on ground level. Keep the gases down here purifying through breathing.
Well, I like the word hive, a beehive. A hive is actually like everything is moving in a hive. It's like in order for it to be a hive, there's got to be certain things that's taking place for it to be classified as a hive.
Right. And then think about when you think about the word vibe, V and I is right there. Vibe is the V and the I, and the B, which is me and you, beings, vibe. So something that's vibing is also something that's Ivan, which is moving. Now, how many niggas you know named Ivan? Yeah, we carry the same names in physical form that tell us our elemental exchange. We're from the elements, we're from the celestial bodies, we're from the planets, we're from the suns, we're from different moons. Our energy might go to a moon and rest. Rest is death. To die is to change from one color to the next. Ain't that what you do when you die or something?
And that might have went over their head right there, what you just said.
Yeah, ain't no such thing as that death that they keep giving us stories on. They keep storing information in our brain computers about death, because the perspective of winter is rest, hibernation, and death. Europeans are winter consciousness. They're the fallen degrees in temperature element. They're the fallen angles of the sunlight. Fallen angles is fallen degrees and fallen temperature. What do they call the autumn? Fall. But they also call it autumn. So they still stay linked to ancient Kemet through Amun. They stay linked through hours, the word hours, which is Horus, or the word horizon, which is Horus, rising, the sun rising. The sun does not rise anywhere except for down here on the planet through every man, every day. We wake up with an erection. That's the resurrection. That's the erection. That's the rising. That's the God men. Every man, when he wakes up in the morning, represents the God men, the God of fertility. We are the gods of fertility. Without a man, you can't keep a whole race on the planet. Trust me, because women are the gates. But without us putting any spark in there, ain't nothing going through the gates and coming out of the gates. Her body type is like an oven, master chemist oven, you know. All the right cooking goes on inside of a woman's body. So we go in there to get baked until we get ready. Then we come out. But we men, think about this now, right? Let me remind some sisters that might be going, well, if men can go have sex with white women and Asian women and all these other women, then I can go do the same thing. Yes, you can, but check out what the precautions is going to be. If I do it, the chances of my mother and my grandfather looking like me when they come back are high. If you do it, your grandparents is going to come back to your DNA looking like whatever you mixed with. Because your mitochondria ain't going to hold up for so long if you keep mixing and watering down the potency. But the black man can go anywhere on the planet and produce nappy-headed niggas and change the consistency of any other woman's DNA and chemistry. That's the potency. That's the most envious trait we have. Being dark men, black men, burnt men, hot men. That's what we is. We can't do nothing without each other. But I tell you this, it was some dudes without women being here, without that body type, it'd be some dudes losing their daggone brain. We'll go back to a primal state without women here. I'm telling you. You cats would be humping on goats and deers and pigs and anything you could procreate with. You see how dogs just be humping on air. That'll be what happens to you, because you have the need and necessity to extend your DNA, your gene. So you can have a physical what? Body here on the planet that serves as a filter, an air filter, which means you're an air cleaner. If you're an air cleaner, you're an air custodian. If you're an air custodian, you're an air janitor. If you're an air janitor, you cleaning up messes. Then you a messiah. I'm talking about the human experience, not no story. Stories, leave them for the babies. When you get to a certain level of input, you want to make sure it's all scientific so you can have a highest understanding or higher understanding, a higher overstanding that you can gain, which is why we used to always say we the bird gang, we bird crew. We fly like the hawks. Fly high, fly fast, you see everything. That's what you want to get. The chief.
Flying anywhere.
Yeah. The Native American chief is flying. He sees with the divine, pure perspective of the wind, the mind, the consciousness itself. The gases lead him because he knows that and figured out that the gases lead everything. The wind leads everything. So when the wind get to blowing, it moves the feathers on the headdress. Then the chief himself, while he's breathing, he'll close his eyes and let the breeze catch him, hit his face. And he'll breathe in and absorb all the intelligence of the wind and think and process a message from the consciousness. The message comes from the imagination, the creative part of the all, the creative parts of the wind. Then he can lead you because he's got the most experience. Not because he's the smartest, it's because he's got the most experience and he's the wisest at dealing with the material realm. While he's in the material, it's like the sun in itself in the galaxy that protects all the planets in orbit and keeps them from being sucked into the black hole. That particular sun, we operate the same way. All good fathers do. All bad fathers or negative fathers operate the way the other sun does. We got two suns in this galaxy here in the Milky Way. That other sun is Cain. This sun is Abel. That other sun is Set. This sun is Osiris. That other sun. Now you think about the elements, we come down to Enlil and Enki, you're dealing with heaven and earth, which is the sky and the ground. Enlil is the skies moving. Enlil touches the mountains. Enlil is settling in the mountains. What usually lives in the mountains? Goats.
Goats.
Goats. Now, I figured this out, or I, had an epiphany on this. Y'all might agree or disagree. It's a channel y'all can go look at called Absolute History, where you can see the stories on some of this stuff that I'm about to tell you. Goats scream like human beings do. So if you can imagine the sound of a goat screaming in the midnight, where it's a full moon, and everybody wants to know where the wolves are. Because the wolves, they gather and then they hunt, and when they hunt, they eat the goats and they eat the sheep. So then they begat tales and stories of werewolves killing kids, because a goat is a kid. The spooky mysticism that comes from fog. Fog is misty. That's where mystery comes from. Something you can't really see all the way through. You got to walk through it real slow, feel your way out like a blind man. That's what mysteries do. But I could put it like this. Enlil represents the sky and the lightning or electricity that comes from the sky. And Ki represents the charged ground that we all materialize from. And when lightning occurs and thunder occurs, these two energies meet in the air, in the middle, like any other static shock occurs from friction. The friction of the planet spinning in one direction, which is Enki, spinning in one direction, and the clouds are moving in an opposite direction that the planet is spinning in. This causes friction, and that friction causes a static spark. That static spark is lightning and thunder. This is how it's continuous, man. The energy exchange, the planet in itself feeds off of the lightning energy. They're exchanging energies. We exist in that as well. People have to tie yourself into it. Everything that is. And then we'll stop being so selfish. We really think, I'm gonna put it like this. If you go to another planet, you have to be born there. You'll think yourself on that planet, and then you'll be born there by whatever body type is there. Because you'll have to grow up there to know the languages, the lifestyle, the way of living of whatever being it is. That's the operation of things. If I send you to Mars right now in a spacesuit, you wouldn't make it past the Van Allen belt of this planet. Your body is a physical material matter that exists inside the gas bubble called the ozone layer of the planet. People just have been led to believe that when we are outside of the body, we don't exist. That's not true. That's not true. You're boundless when you're outside the body. Boundless. That's why I came up with the expression of black. Black, acronym for black. Me, my brother, big old brother Tree. Me and brother Tree was talking, man, and you know, I said we should come up with an acronym for the word black so we could sell some merchandise. You know, we was thinking about money. But B is for boundless. L is for limitless. A is for absolute. C is for consciousness. Black, boundless, limitless, absolute consciousness. Now that's ultraviolet light. Black is an amalgamation and collection of the spectrum of all colors. But white doesn't exist, neither does black. They're both null and void until you put them down in the second dimension. Then you can see a different spectrum of black and white, when really one is violet light and one is transparency.
Right.
Because white people ain't white. Their skin is just transparent. That's why it appears like ice. Because they're as cold as ice. They're willing to sacrifice your love.
I remember that. That's Tahuti.
Heck yeah. Oh man, you gotta love all the music. You know, because all of the music that comes through, bro, is coming through from the gas realm. It's vibrating through us. I mean, the sound that's coming out of my body right now is controlled through electricity. Excuse me. That electricity wouldn't be flowing throughout my body if I wasn't breathing. That's how I was able to connect it. I got tired of it. This is why I talk about it so much, family. Let me explain this. I got tired of being tricked and fooled and conned and misled by people that think that they can lead you. How do you know you can lead somebody without knowing what they know already? You don't even know what a person might know. So you have no idea sometimes when a person is following you, why are they following you? They could just be following you to collect information. They could be investigating. Now I'm about to go somewhere, you know, that's going to be a little funny, but you know, me and Young Elder,
Hey, let's go, baby.
we already know. I'm about to get on this cat because I want people to understand he's running around telling people he's Atun Ray and he's the real Messiah and stuff. And it's laughable. It's laughable. Where this guy comes from, everybody's conning everybody on a daily basis. In jail, in prison, hustling. The hustling mentality. Get it how you get it. Program how you program. Now you can't tell me he didn't learn what he doing out here on the streets. He learned it in prison. Somebody in prison, I don't make no mistake about it. My comparison to prison is hell. Prison and hell is equal.
Well, than a gas.
Why you know what I mean? Now, while you in the hell cooking for whatever mistakes you made, you got to go through the extreme cold temperature of, you know, being frozen in a cell. He's in there programming people's brains to survive. He's a little man. And you're a little man, you got to be persuasive in order to be what you want, get what you want, live how you want to live, because you can't just go around knocking people's kneecaps off, hurting people. You can't. You got to be persuasive. So he's very persuasive, but he's not the only man doing what he does. It's so many people that'll go there in jail and they'll start preaching, or they'll con people into thinking that that's what they is. They'll make money off of religious people that have a fanaticism type of mind. They prey on them. Get it? If you a praying woman, you're going to get preyed on by these con artists.
Right.
They see that as a mental state of retardedness or retardation. Oh, they look at you and go, she or he is not following. They're not functioning on all cylinders. That's what they see. They go, this person is not functioning. They're not firing off all cylinders. I can get them. They keep a record, a notepad, of how much money they're going to get from some woman or some man. And guess what? They know what scriptures they're going to use. They move your vibration with these particular scriptures and their type of emotion and intent and the energy they put behind their words. This dude learned how to do this in prison. Brought that same psychology out here on the streets. Now he gets to get high as he wants off cream and talk about things that he can make us believe, because when you high off cream, you really think that that stuff is going on. But it eventually corrodes the brain. So eventually, whoever's following him don't understand. They're following a maniac. This dude lost his mind a long time ago on meth. Those are the facts. I don't have to know them to know that if you smoke cream, you do any kind of methamphetamine, you're damaging your brain. The brain is the only computer you got while you're an air being in a body. You damage it the way you want to. It's only a few things that can help it bounce back to normal function, but it doesn't always snap back. People keep going until they live in the imagination. And if you live in the imagination, you will lose touch of the material realm. Then they'll put you in a room with your arms folded across your body. They call that a straitjacket because they're going to set you straight. Your arms folded across your body because they don't want you to be able to reach out and touch nothing, because they're taking feeling away from you. It's the science of the temperature of the cold. This is how they tame your energy and calm you down. They cool you down.
Right.
Lost touch with reality. You're living only in the imagination. There's a brother, or not a brother, was, a brother as far as a galactic man, yeah. But this dude back in 1945 was in an asylum for about 8 months. A lot of people know the story of this dude. He wrote books and everything. Many different extraterrestrials that he saw come in contact with while he was in this state. But when you're in these asylums, they keep you sedated depending on what level of mental health you are on. So this dude for 8 months was sedated. He was high as a kite every day. What you think he looked at the orderlies as?
Crazy.
No, I mean, he started seeing extraterrestrials. When he seen the people that was doing him the way they was doing him, they became evil beings.
That's right. That's
He
right.
started living within the imagination of the pain that they was causing him. And they kept him sedated. So you're going to keep hallucinating if your mind is always on chemical substances. It will chemically be altered temporarily until the body's chemical or blood chemistry gets balanced again. And in that state, you can make anybody believe damn near anything if they listen to how confident and bold you are when you say what you say. And that dude, he calls himself the real Messiah, and people are scared. They think the end of the world is coming because they're disconnected from nature. They don't understand he's lying and conning their asses. They don't know.
Thanks.
They just believe him because why would you go 60, 65, 70 years, 80 years believing this and it's not real? You'd be quite ashamed of yourself to know that it's not real. The only thing that makes it real is all of us. So when you look for Jesus, look no further than your son, mother. Your son is Jesus, just like Mary's son was Jesus. See, it's a story.
Thanks.
Every woman is the Mother Mary. Why y'all think the Mother Mary got that hood on all the time, or that veil over her head, right? Because that represents the hood over the what? clitoris. So the shape of the Mother Mary in the picture is the same shape as the woman's womb, the gates. They got all the imagery right there in the church, but they won't allow you to go that way. They tell you it's bad to think this way. So you don't get educated in every way. They retard us in church. The word church backwards is crutch. That's why I said the lame go there to lean. It's magic, family, witchcraft. Witchcraft at its finest. And if you don't have a person that knows or can recognize the energy of manipulative energy, influential energy, then you can be manipulated. I was following the dude that calls himself the real Messiah like he was the real Messiah. I thought he was. I was in my fanatic state. And when you're a fan, all you're going to do is help move somebody else's wind.
That's right.
That's all you gonna do. Help blow them, give them a force, pushing them. And that's what we did. We pushed him. We pushed Brady. Oh, Shady Brady coming up on a Mercedes. Played me. Shit. But that's just what it is. He ain't the only one out there. Look at Nature Boy. Oh, look at Nature Boy. My goodness. How was he able to trick so many young women? How?
Straight up pimping.
Straight up warlock pimping.
He a high power wizard, man. Well,
yeah, they warlocks. They prey on the weak. Anybody's brain that's not fully developed, which living in America is very difficult for your brain to fully develop, breathing a lot of toxic gases and getting a lot of toxic food and getting a lot of toxic television and toxic situations that you grow up in. So it's hard. So we end up having to get our full development when we hit 60 and 70. Some of us are fortunate enough to hit it in the 30s and late 30s and 40s. Fortunate. It's a part of maturity for us as beings that will return back to the heavenly gas state. When we return to the gas, you can't touch this, like Hammer said, MC Hammer, you can't touch it.
Right, Tahuti.
You feel me? Because that's what thought is. Tahuti, thought flows in the gases. You and I cannot have thoughts without breathing. And we're all connected to Tahuti. All of us. Everybody has thoughts. You have them on various degrees. We're connected to every entity that we used to personify as in ancient Kemet or any other culture. Enlil, Enki too. You know, whatever name we want to use, they still represent elements and different degrees and temperatures and different aspects of nature's temperament. They represent parts of and energies in the universal consciousness. They all do. So they're all a part of us, and we're all a part of them. The stories are just stories to give us a higher level of intelligence, but that's just for the children phase. When we get to 30, 33, 30, 40 years old, we're supposed to be able to swallow the truth. Excuse me. We're supposed to be able to swallow it, consume it, be about it. Remember how I said the word head backwards is day?
Right.
The word ear backwards is ray. Rays are in the days. Where's all of your light at? Really is in your head. Then you have a light in your chest called heart or soul. And then the man harnesses his energy in his testicles because that's where the souls get ready to be tested. They get called to be tested. Down here, you're going to be tested while you're filtering and purifying the air at the same time. And also trying to purify people's thoughts because people's thoughts are connected to it. So we sit here and we work hard. But if everybody's working hard, then we're causing what? The wind to blow harder, and we're going to cause a hurricane or a tornado or a disturbance. Whenever it's spinning, it's chaos. And right now we're in an information phase of chaos as it smooths itself out, which allows for beings like Brady to do what he does, Nature Boy to do what he do. The one brother that calls himself Amen, he gets to do what he does, telling people he moving the stars. Oh my goodness, man. And the poor goddesses be on there because they be the most fanatical, because they get tired of being abused by what I'm sitting up here calling them messiahs. They don't want to be beat on by men, man. They don't want to be, mistreated by men. So they are scorned, and hell have no fury like a woman scorned. So they needed the Jesus story to cling to. But I laugh every time I hear Sister Gold, she's married to Jesus. I'm married to Jesus. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm going to go this way. You go that way with Jesus. You don't know you looking at him, mother. Your son was Jesus, mother, when you had him. You prayed for him. Lord, I wish Jesus would come back. Then she gave birth to a son and didn't even recognize Jesus.
Get him.
This craziness, though. Why is she not recognized? Because the storyline disconnected her from the pure truth. That's what happened. They kept her in a state where she could not fully grow up. And they did it to us too. Trust me, she didn't go through it alone, and neither did we. We went through this shit together. The hellfire, or what you call it, freezing hell temperatures, the frostbite, the bitterness, the numbness, the cold-heartedness, the resting. While we're in the rest period, they keep saying niggas is lazy and shiftless. Niggas don't do nothing. Niggas don't like to work. Niggas always complaining. We resting. While Caucasians are in rule, we gonna be lazy. You know why? Because to try to get active and move is to burn them out of power. And they get ready to be removed out of power because they're shifting it to the women right now. So America is going to be the continent of women. It's theirs. It's being given to them. It's being handed over. That's my epiphany on that. Once you begin to think about it, let's go into this daggone movie, The Multiverse of Madness. There's a girl in there named America Chavez. She's got 2 moms, no dad. And she can pass through 5-point stargates. Remember, I've been telling y'all's vagina is a 5-point stargate. It's a pentagon shape.
That's what.
The dimensions of it. And what do they have in the government? The military bases at the Pentagon. What do the Illuminati use to cast or do rites and rituals and perverted spells? Yeah, they call it a pentagram.
Mm-hmm.
Penta, because they want to be able to lock down the gates to the material realm.
Bring their beans and bring their beans in. They want to bring the negative energy.
Negative, cold temperature beings in, right? Exactly. And if they can't bring them in, they just turn us cold-hearted. That's why you got the brothers out there calling each other ops, shooting each other down in the street, video game language. They done turned these niggas into first and second dimensional beings.
And that's what Enlil did to Pharaoh. He made his heart cold so that he wouldn't let his people go. The kind of nigga do some shit like that. I'm gonna tell you to go free these niggas, and then I'm gonna cold make your heart cold.
Well, most definitely, because when the temperature drops and it starts snowing, everybody gonna get cold. Yep. You get a little brutal. The winter brings brutality. You can't cook your food without fire in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is dying. Everything is getting numb. Everything is getting bitter. That's why they call it frostbite. It'll change your heart real fast. You go from giving a damn, talking about some come together, let's keep each other warm, to I ain't ate in 2 days, I'm finna eat somebody's ass. No homo. They did it in the movie Alive. You remember that?
Yeah.
Talking about when somebody die and you eat them, go for the buttocks. The buttocks is the fattiest part of the body. Start from the legs and the thighs, like literal cannibalism. It's produced through cold temperature. It's not produced through heat. That's why I'll be lying. I mean, white people be like, man, the cannibal African tribes are cannibalism. Cannibals. I'll be like, yeah, tell it to somebody that's stupid. When I was younger, I used to be like, yeah, they sure is. Now, believe me, there's some people out here that do. But eating all flesh is a form of cannibalism. To think about that when you bite into your chicken wing.
Go ahead.
Flesh is flesh. Flesh is meat. Meat is flesh. They're the same thing. It's just two different spell words they're casting to get your mind to deliberately think that it's something that you can handle. And it is. But it does something to the energy on a chemical level. Meat does. But the body can consume and sustain itself on many different types of energy. People have explored many different types of energy. There's a lot of there's a tribe over in the motherland that has a season of mosquitoes. It's a very moist climate that comes through that produces a lot of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes lay eggs in moist areas. So when this happens, they produce them by the millions. And there's so many mosquitoes that you can't barely see the sunlight. They form clouds and swarms. Like sometimes you see swarms of birds or swarms of gnats. The mosquitoes are like that. They're so much so that they can hold up nets and catch the mosquitoes in the nets. And then they process the mosquitoes. And then they make patties out of them. And then they eat them. So you can't tell me the human body is not a remarkable vessel. It can sustain itself off of many, 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 many different things because it's a chemistry exchange. Nothing you eat goes through the body without going through a filtration system or a purification process.
Or drink.
Nothing. Or drink. And they all have a gas state. Everything has a liquid state, a gas state, or a flow state. The liquid state is more like a flow state that's in the dust, you know, because everything don't have a liquid form. Like diamonds. You heat diamonds up to a point, they become pure gas carbon. They don't even go, diamonds don't even go back to the dust form. They go straight into being gas carbon. That's a chemistry experience that lets you know how pure carbon is. Pure. Carbon is a pure thing, a pure molecule. We tend to act like Jesus is more pure than carbon. And then they gave carbon the number 666. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Charged. We have electrified skin, electrified everything, man. Electrified. Electricity is what keeps us all alive. I can't say this stuff enough. I stay away from the churches, me personally, but I don't nag nobody to go. You do what you got to do. While you programming here on this planet, do what you got to do. See it how you want to see it. Be what you need to be to make it work for you, though. Because if I'm telling you, you go against nature, you're going to have a hard, hellacious road ahead of you. A very, very, very hard one, man. So we're going to have to be able to get our men and women both at this point in time to understand that our sisters deserve, or women, period, deserve a continent. Let them have America. Let them have it. It ain't like they're gonna be able to run it without us. They need they need the man's semen. So they're gonna need sperm banks. I hope they don't put us in concentration camps. I hope they don't do us like that. I hope they kind to us the same way the sun is kind to all the rest of the planets. I hope. But they damn sure deserve one. There's no way, man. I thought about it too hard, young elder. I was like, how is it that they give us material bodies and a material life, but they ain't got a continent? It just don't make no sense. I was like, well, they deserve a piece of land. They deserve it.
Say Mother Africa, but you know.
Well, men running it.
Yep.
You know, I'm like, shoot, they definitely say that. But, you know, is it really Africa, though? Because ain't no such thing. And when you're dealing with Africa, you're dealing with somebody else's name that was a conqueror at one point in time, claimed some land, and now the whole continent's called this dude. That's a dude's name, you know? So I'm like, yeah, the colonizers, you know, they spread things out, but then at the same time, the brothers over there, they running stuff over there. The African, you know, I ain't gonna say African brothers, but the Nubian brothers, they running stuff over there. Go ahead, bro.
You did say that America sound like a girl name and not a dude name. And kind of think about it, my sister's name is Shamerica.
See? And then there's a bunch of Ericas. You know, everybody knows that somebody named Erica in America. So, you know, they know what they're doing. That's what all of this planning is. You got Shuri in the Black Panther movie, you know, becoming the, you know, the protector of Wakanda. So to see how she fares as a protector and the image of women being accepted as protectors. And you see how this is going over the airwaves. You see how the men are receiving it. Some of us are, you know, don't want to hear it. And some of us is like, come on with it. Don't matter. Especially those of us that's married. We ain't really, we ain't in the game. Everybody in the game is pissed. You know what game I'm talking about? The dating game. You know, they out there trying.
Right, I'm good on that. Hey, you could have 15. You just could have. Yo. Oh, there you go, right there. 15.
Oh man, I got another call came through, bro. Messed up everything.
Okay, all right. Just click back on, click back off. Hey, if you're in the, if you
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, all right, I'm back. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it sounds like echo though.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, you can click on and click back off.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Hey, y'all. Hey, if you ask all the people that's asking about the 15 page, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop it in the descriptions and the comments after the show. Hit that like button. We got 350 some people here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Right? 15 cracking heads and twisted caps. We're gonna get to the question and answer part. We'll get to the question and answer so you can ask some questions. I see you got a couple questions up in that joint. Right? So we in the building. We're gonna have more of these joints. And we're gonna get you, like I said, we're gonna get you over to the 15 page so you can get his subscribers going. So same me. Okay, damn, my bad. 15, I was looking down at the phone. So if you're in the building, you're new to the channel, hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you want to show the 15 some love, he ain't doing it for the bunny. If you want to show him some love, we dropped this cash app and links for the people that's asking about that.
Oh, right, so
okay. He back.
All right. I appreciate it. It's all good. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, so I'm about to be in here making a little noise and stuff while I'm working. But at this point, man, if anybody wanted to ask a question,
one dude asked, and this right here is, he said, what is your perspective on why we got fingernails? Jalen Lewis.
Well, can you imagine what it's like to not have one?
Hell yeah, because one of mine came off and I couldn't, the shit, I saw how important it was once it came off. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. And that's what life shows you.
Mhm.
Now you need them because everything in this planet can't be soft. You need a little hard shell somewhere on your body to protect your nervous system. Like if you didn't have fingernails at the tips to protect your nervous system, that's the part of your fingers, the tips, that they touch everything first. There's got to be some type of layer of protection there, and that's produced from dead cells.
Like a hard shell, like a hard hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just comes out. I mean, the dead cells come out as a layer of protection, man. Anybody that had a nail get knocked off or smashed a finger, you be wishing that mug was really harder than it is. Like, anybody that had one that bent all the way back that broke, you be like, man, I wish that mug was made out of steel. Coming out of my daggone finger, you wouldn't be able to cut it with regular fingernail clippers. Like, remember Hancock's fingernails? In the movie, just using it as a reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, nails are necessary. Nails are necessary even in carpentry. Nails are necessary in any form that you can think of. Nails. I don't know about kneeling.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes you do need to kneel. It is necessary. If somebody hit you in your kneecap, you're gonna want the ability to kneel. Trust me.
Your balls, definitely
right.
You're gonna grab the balls and go straight to the ground and grab some air. You're gonna go right for the air.
Yeah. It ain't nothing that the body has that's not necessary. Everything the body has and produces is necessary. Now, I hope that gave him a better perspective on nails. But
yeah, he liked it. I got a question for you. This is a good one right here. Because so the mind game question on the mind game. Now, so how are people using their wizardry to infiltrate your mind and to make you feel sad and sorrow? Like, I know you broke this down before, but like, so how are they using these spells to trap you? You know what I'm saying? These mind games.
Well, they got to bring you down to the second dimension by putting it in a book. If they can get you to store the information in your brain computer through the book, then they can program you through the story. So they have to put it in there. And that's why they call it a script. A scripture is a scriptor, or a tour or journey or chart or route where you have a verse or you have information that guides you on your journey. So it's supposed to be more instructional and informational when you give them these scripts to program them, but you're supposed to be doing it to program them for their own safety. You get people that program people that are only doing it to control them, to use them. Then you get the people that program people to actually try to refine them and make them a little better. Then you get people that program for their own personal deeds and they don't go too far to hurting nobody. Those are the neutral people. They try to stay out of all of the extreme stuff. Now, every time you cast one of these particular programs to somebody, there's different ways to say things in different tones. But if you notice, it's the language that we speak. That's why the Dr. York and Nuwapian family members came up with a language. The language helps replace one pattern of thinking for another. What people really should have been doing was learning how to be linguists at some point in time so you can understand spells. But the language is what has the main control over how we think, because you can't process a thought in any other tones except for the one you grew up speaking. So they have us trapped under the spell of English, which is the spell of angle-ish, angles. Everybody that uses English can use it to cast spells and con, or we can use it to cast spells to connect. We can defuse too, or confuse. Diffusion is good, confusion is bad. Diffusion is like, say, for instance, there's an explosive situation that could be like a potential bomb. You want a person that can cast a cooler or a lower vibrational spell to defuse the bomb. You get somebody to come in that don't know how to control energy on that level, they're going to instigate the bomb. Those are the warlock type people. Those people come in and they're instigators. Instigators is warlocks. Warlock instigators on the highest level are promoters. They use magic of instigation to get fights started, concerts going, events. So those types of warlocks make a lot of money off of everybody else's talents, because their talent is manipulating your talent and making money off of it on the side, or profit off of it on the side. Does that give you a good
That's fact. Yeah, that's the people say that's good. That's good stuff. Hey, if you got the 15th, you say how old is the word war? How old is the word war? Can you put etymology on that? 15th.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I could put a spin on it, but I want him to at least go look up the etymology on it himself so he can get a better overview. My perspective of war, you know, you flip it. War also is mar. War also is raw. War also is the word hour. See, people don't consider the O the same as the U. But if you put O, U, and R, that's war too. We just pronounce it hour. Hour is H-O-U-R as well. Backwards is still Ra or Ra, because the name for Ra, even in the comic books of Superman, is Ra.
Right.
So they're just with these letters. Letters are symbols that help alter perception. The perception is the eye, not third eye, not inner eye, the eye. You can't see any other way. You only see through perception, man. So it's a whole lot of things out here that they got us perceiving that are kind of lopsided. And then when we straighten them out, we're able to see the truth. I like to straighten out the perspectives. You can go wherever you want with it after you got that straight, clear perspective that the sun provides when it comes through your curtains in the AM. And you see all that dust in the air and you go, "Ooh, it's dusty in here. I got to open my house up." That's what the sun do. The sun opens you up. That's what we here to do, you know. But you know, I'm here, bro. Go ahead, man. I ain't gonna keep running on. I'm gonna try to answer the questions the best I can, as briefly as I can.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing real good. Also, they got warship, like worship. So that's another like some shit they got alchemy they playing right there on the word games by putting ship, meaning like the body, and then warship. It's like you know, it's deep, you know.
Yeah, ship. Any from what I do when I connect all the forms of movement, they're all ships, and everything that gets something moving can be considered a craft or a vessel, right? Mm-hmm. Don't blood move through the vessels?
Right.
Blood moves through the vessels. So vessels are also a form of vortexes or tunnels on a quantum level. Mm-hmm. Even smaller than your blood vessels, you got your nerves, nerve endings, your corpuscles, and then you have your capillaries. Many of these things are there for the exact reason to make sure the electrical conduction can reach every orifice of the body, every nook and cranny of the body, provide movement and power. You wouldn't have constant animation throughout the body without blood flow, because we all know what happens when you put electricity to water. Anything standing in it's going to get electrocuted. So we had that constant thing going on where the blood is electrified constantly through breathing, of course. the sunlight, you can't get away from it because it's all over the planet. Even in the shadow hour, there's still light particles in the air that allow us to see, especially through the reflection of the moon. The moon is like a big old mirror. Reminds the planet of how beautiful she is. And man, does she love looking in the mirror. But yeah, I can get long-winded. I don't want to be, man. Just
Somebody said,
keep the questions coming,
somebody
man.
said, I guess you didn't finish a question. It says, can he explain the Great Awakening map in Michelle? I think he said in what? The great, you know anything about the Great Awakening map 15?
Are they talking about the map that shows what America looks like after certain cataclysms? The I am map?
I think that's what she's talking about. The I am. Okay, I guess that's what she's talking about. Okay, go ahead. You know.
Okay. Yeah, that right there is nothing more than what happens every time the plates shift on each continent. It's a time period right now where the land is shifting, and it's simply because the land spins, the planet spins. While the planet spins, the centrifugal force of the planet expanding and opening up outward starts to occur. This causes for the land masses that are moving on the planet to shift every now and then. It happens so slow on a global level, but to us, it could be catastrophic depending on where we live on the planet, okay? So when this occurs, it's not a bad thing. It's supposed to happen because every land mass comes from inside the planet's core. The soul of the planet spews out hot molten lava in trenches. Okay, when this planet was all the way water, there was still a core and still a shell around the core. We existed in the core or within the shell of the planet. Then, when the land masses were accumulated in the trenches as molten or cooled coals or cooled lava, it grows into mountain sizes over millions of years of time. These mountain-sized land masses that were in the water ended up breaking off due to the planet's centrifugal force over time, and that begat the continent Pangea. It grew large enough to break off from the surface of the floor, the ocean floor, to levitate and hover on the waters. So each landmass is nothing but an island. An island is nothing but a ship. And this particular thing that happens, it's occurring again. Right now, as we speak, it's occurring again. Planet is still spinning, always has been. As long as we exist, planet must spin because it's moving. That's part of the magnetic force, okay? So it's going to spread out each landmass. The wind plays a major part of it because, like I told y'all, the planet spinning in one direction, the wind goes the other direction, creating a static exchange or a static effect. So therefore, you have thunder and lightning. You have electrical lightning storms that take place above the clouds that look like alien galactic wars going on in this day and time, okay? But it's just nature doing what it does and doing what it always does. We just been here so long, we kind of forgot the natural operation, the natural order. We choose not to accept that this land will be split and spread apart further because it's expanding from force. Okay, so that has to happen. Now, how that happens is going to depend on the temperature and degrees of each state on this particular continent, and it's already been foreseen by a young lady that had an imagination or a vision of it happening and occurring. The wind told her. So somebody made sure they wrote or drew a map. Now everybody's supposed to be able to expect this to happen, but it won't happen all in 1 year. It's going to happen gradually, the same way healing happens. You get cut open. How long does it take for a scab to form?
Right.
The scab represents the molten lava that cools in the ulcers of the trenches, because your blood comes out hot, boiling hot. See? As much as we are the body or the planet lets us know if the planet is shifting and expanding, then the human body is also doing the same thing. Everything is. And I hope that gave her a good.
Oh yeah, that's fire. And two key things that you said that was fire was that the planet is expanding. And then I know when you said that, a whole bunch of shit flashed in my head. And I thought about how after we crashed into the planet with the 4 ships, how we rebuilt the planet, and then the way it's built, it's got certain layers, and it's like it's like 2 scripts. And the way this planet can, like, that make a lot of sense, that the planet can expand things expand as they heat up because of the gas, because it traps more gas, like in the wintertime, right, with the tires. Like right now, you might have to add tire when it start getting cooler. You might have to start add air to your tires because the molecules are getting closer together when it get cooler. But now the sun
compression.
is heating up, compression, right? Now the sun is heating up, the planet is expanding because it's more the molecules are spacing out. The molecules are spacing out because it's heating up, right? Because it's like we're becoming more of a gas. We're going into the liquid than the gas state. You see what I'm saying? Because like a solid, the molecules are close together. Then once you begin to heat those that a block of ice up, it goes into a liquid. Once you heat the liquid up, it goes into a gas. So what we're doing is we're going back to the gas. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm getting out of what you're saying.
We're going back to the gas state of awareness. That's what we're doing. We just left the water state of awareness, which is the Pisces age. So we no longer have to believe, because the water state is a misty, murky type of state to exist in sometimes, depending on how deep you are. When you deal with the wind, you're dealing with the air signs, the gas sign of Aquarius. It's an air sign. That's what we're living in right now. That's the time period we're living in. So for anybody to expect it to stay on a religious concept, they just fooling themselves, because they're telling nature that they're not willing to change. Well, nature will move you. Nothing you can do about it. Your force is too small. Nature's force as a whole is greater than any one of us. So you're most definitely right, you know. Anybody else got any things else they want perspective on?
Yeah, you got a whole bunch coming in now. Let me get the chat.
Okay.
Hey y'all, like I say, you got drop your questions, man. Give me some good ones, because the 15 to go in. So give me some good questions. It says it's high gas. Okay, hold up. It is in the store. Okay. It's in this probably. Hey, drop them in the chat, man. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Right down.
Right.
Okay, it says goddamn. Like I say, everybody that's asking about the 15th page, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I mean, the links and the descriptions and the comments after the show, so you can go subscribe. We got like 300 people on this joint, man. We got 300 people on this joint.
Much appreciated. I appreciate everybody for listening to my perspective, man.
Oh, you got
these downloads.
That shit fire.
I get these downloads, man. These information. It's overwhelming when the wind that is the consciousness, the mind, is moving you. Okay, when wind start blowing you, bro, moving you, you gotta move. That means I can't stop thinking about the information. It won't let me.
That's right. Go ahead.
So I gotta teach it. I gotta say something. I must be a spokesperson for it.
Right.
Until many more people catch wind of this and they spread it around. That's what's supposed to happen. A new age of enlightenment, where people are no longer weighed down by the water content, you know. Now they can be lighter.
That shit fire. Hey, you be dropping the 15.
I appreciate it, man. You know, they come. You know how Brady used to always, straight from the T.O.P. That dude is a solid, man. You talking about the funniest clown I have ever learned anything from.
And them niggas that's in that school now, we're gonna holler at them if they graduate. We'll holler at them. They graduate.
Yeah, you know.
I ain't in middle. We ain't in middle school no more. Nigga,
Nope.
we at high school. Nigga.
Yeah. Elevated.
Yeah, we at high
In the
school.
school, you know, elevated. You know, so I ain't gonna shun none of those people. You know, they gotta go through it. If they want to go through it, they'll learn it in one life or the next. They don't have a choice. In one of the bodies, the body will be encoded with the information for them to get. They don't have a choice because it's the natural order of things for the shift to occur in all of us, because we play a part in the all's energy as a whole. So we just got to be willing to fess up to not being so burdensome on ourselves for the guilt trips that other people play on us to take advantage of our energy. If you don't do like that dude, and that's why I put that video out there, because the dude was being strong-armed to pay tithes, which he already agreed to, paying $20 a week or a month or whatever for his tithes. But his beloved wife, his mother goddess, she said, I'm doing this for us, because she don't know how to let the son lead. She looks at her man, she's been programmed to think her man is a piece of trash. Like we all Homer Simpson or something running around this mug. We ain't Homer. That's propaganda. Homer's dumb because somebody has an artsy mind to make men appear stupid. Now there's some men out here that, they Homer. but they fail. They fell in degrees and temperament and temperature. They can't keep it together no more, which means they let go. They become numb, more cold-hearted. Our sisters got to learn how to not get men based upon attractiveness, but based upon the energy. The energy has to come off as warm. If it comes off as cold, she should leave that alone.
Right.
You know, but what have men learned to believe? That she wants us to be cold. So some of us ignorantly make mistakes and believe in those myths. And then we're cold to the woman to try to get something out of her. Then she rejects us and we're going, wait a minute, I thought this is what y'all liked. We've been bamboozled. That happens. Excuse me. They don't like that. They don't like that treatment. They really don't want that. So we have to know how to change the program for them and us. Start looking at the women as the gatekeepers. It's not that many what's the body type? Hermaphrodite body types right now. But they are still, being born. Hermaphrodites were the original body type of most of us humans. When we reached a complete form, we reached that state. We had to be able to be asexual like the amoeba in the water. Okay, so I'm just letting everybody know that was one of the body types. That is not the gatekeeper body type, because it changed and evolved the same way stuff's about to change right now, because the solar system is changing and it's springtime in the solar system. And in spring, everything, it rises again and all this, the new births happen. So it's going to be some new stuff, new everything. We have to change the way we think. If we don't change the way we think and we don't settle on a concept, it's going to be chaos and turmoil until we do settle. The dust has to settle for things to be clear. Anybody else got any comments or questions?
Jalen Lewis, our guy, he gonna keep a good one. All right, Jalen Lewis says, what's your take on the artificial sun that China's creating and the artificial sun creation or whatever?
China wants us to believe there's such a thing.
Right?
Ain't no such a thing as no artificial sun. It's energy. what they're trying to do is make sure that they can sustain energy. Look, remember what I told y'all about? If the sun as a father didn't look after the planet as a father, and it just let the planet hurl off into the darkness of space, the planet will become an icicle or a ice cube, and everything would go into a state of permanent rest or indefinite rest. I'm not going to say permanent. It will definitely be a dead state planet. If we think that that sun there is enough, it's not. They would have to have one in every continent for this planet as a spaceship moving throughout space to still be able to thrive and serve life here. So I can applaud them for trying to solve the energy problem, because that's what they're doing. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if we were doing it, it wouldn't look like that. We'd be able to do it in a more sophisticated, probably faster, because that's just, we just move faster, we build faster, we do things faster. We're higher vibrational speed technology in nature. We're speed, we're built for that. So what they're doing is trying to get a head start on the future so that they can have their own sustainable energy. The planet in itself also is tilting. Make no mistake about it. The planet has 3 motions. It's
Hey, you cut out 15. Yo. So there they go right there. I think he back. Somebody try to call again, probably. Yo, just give him a second. Yo, somebody tried to call you, didn't? Hey, y'all, I'm dropping the
I want to tell Lewis Harrison, thank you for the the donation, and Robert Moore, thank you. Appreciate
Thanks.
you, brothers, for that. Ingrid, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I definitely pay attention to the the love, and I hope
Good.
I receive the information as love too. And my volume all right, young Yoda?
Oh yeah, but it's it got the echo back. Yeah, it's great, but it got the
Okay.
echo still. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna leave and come right back out.
Bro, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work.
And then,
That'll work.
just let me know what questions is out there.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, I'm dropping the I just dropped the 15 YouTube in the links. I mean in the it's Son of the Sun 3672. And we're gonna have that in the chat we're gonna have that link in the comments and the description after the show for everybody that don't see it up in the chat. Okay, let me let the 15 back in. My bad, 15. Hey, like so I just dropped the YouTube. It's Son of the Sun 3672. I just dropped that in the link. Now I'm gonna have it in the comments for people that's still asking it. I guess these people just must came on. So we're gonna drop that. We're gonna drop the YouTube in there. So oh yeah, what else I was gonna say? Man, today, hey, I'll tell you, man, I set up that alchemy, bro. It's 15, 15, 15, and I didn't even know I was doing it. But the $15, the fifth data 15, and then 15 elder. That's 3 15s. That's it. That's the trying. That's the fucking. That's it right there. Because you gotta have 3 basics to start out the alchemy. You gotta have 3.
yeah, that's the 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons.
That's
15
right.
equals out to 6. 6 is also a number of new birth, new growth, and the belly, the teardrop is also the 6.
Mm-hmm.
The shape of it.
Mm-hmm.
So when women have a baby in their belly, it looks like a water drop hanging. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it lets you know what's in her is full of water.
Mm-hmm.
It hangs like a sack. And it's a reason for that connection as well. And why y'all have a magnetic pull on the from the moon that pulls on y'all's energy, causes a disturbance in the blood flow every month. Not necessarily a disturbance, but a turbulence. That's what it's called. That's what causes the contractions, the turbulence.
Mm-hmm.
Magnetic pull, trying to make sure that y'all's bodies can get cleaned out every month, because the sacs have to be used. If they're not used every month, then it becomes toxic to the system to keep it in the body. So it's not healthy for a woman to not have the end of the monthly cycle called a period. It's not healthy for her to not have one, and they know it. Women know it. Don't let them put you, well, shoot, you said no medical advice. I'll stay away from that. We'll go there on another, what you call that?
We got moves
Patreon.
for we got moves for everything. Hey, we got
Yeah.
15, we got moves for everything. I got another, we got some it says I saw a video you dropped. Oh yeah, so they say they watched the video. Okay, all right, the video that you put out already.
Tell them I said thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, man.
Yes,
Please
sir.
try to spread it out and share it, let people know so that they can get familiar with, you know, the personality of my energy and what we all discuss here. That'd be greatly appreciated to get people on the same track. Then therefore nobody would be fooled around this mug. Everybody on the planet be looking at people going, man, you know, I'm connected to the all just like you is.
Yeah.
We all,
Hey,
go ahead, big bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, no, I was just saying, man, you got a lot of love in the chat. They's like, man, where the hell at 15th, man? They saying, man, this dude right here, the twist my cap. Hey, this dude,
Oh man,
man,
I appreciate that love, man.
This dude cold. Where I told y'all, man, you ain't heard the old tape. Everybody, all old heads that was with us back in the day when we was doing the Zooms. It's a lot of information that we dropped years ago. That 15 dropped years ago. That I hear people saying. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been doing this for at least 3 years with Young Elder, and like I said, me and him went through the fire.
Yeah.
We came out refined pottery, uncracked.
Yeah.
They tried to crack us. Everybody that's cracked is still in the furnace. They had to be patched up and put back in the furnace. You can't accept damaged pottery.
Right.
That's the Canum effect.
That's right.
We had to keep molding them and putting them back through the furnace until they figure it out. Till they figure out what I'm trying to make sure everybody knows. But you have to be disciplined enough to carry this kind of information with you, because it can make you hurt people when you know that you can. The only difference is there's an exchange. So if you hurt somebody, you gonna get hurt. Don't ever forget that. You're gonna be as mean as you want and as free as you want. Somebody else gonna be as mean and free as they want to you too.
That's right.
As long as you're minding your energy and you stay cooperative with nature, going with the flow, don't go against the grain. Go with the grain. The grain is the seed. Without grains and seeds, we don't eat. So why would you go against it?
Right.
Go with the grain. They fooled us and they turned us around, spun us and tricked us, put us in a trick bag for at least 400 or 500 years. We've been running around here not knowing what's going on. Let me tell y'all something real quick that I know about the sisters that they probably getting ready to learn that they don't know, but I want them to know if they don't know, okay?
Get it.
During the Victorian period and before that, the Edwardian period, European rule, you know, certain families have ran empires. They had so much incest going on in the families that it kind of ruined the bloodlines from producing heirs. Okay, so they couldn't stay around. Therefore, the Victorian period and the Edwardian period came to an end. But during these time periods, the technology and things that they had access to was very limited. So it was a very rough time for Caucasians. Okay. Women, man, they was doing y'all so dirty and ain't even funny. A woman that had epilepsy was thought of to be possessed by demons. This is the danger of fanaticism, y'all. Let me let you know. Everything that they do to y'all as a torture method in jail, they did to these women back then. This is practicing how to get a witch to admit and confess that she made a pact with the devil and she's a witch. So they would torture them, put them, tie their hands behind their back, and they would, you know, the bend part of the elbows, they would string the woman up in a way to where her weight was only supported by her shoulders, her shoulder weight. and they would keep pulling her up. The men would hold her up until she would experience enough pain to confess that she made a pact with the devil and that she was a witch. Let me tell you what was really going on. This is how men handle women that stepped out on them with other men. So the pact with the devil was just simply her cheating on the man she was with, because when a woman is with another man and she does not in love with you anymore, she gets a little strange with you and weird with you. She don't want to be around you. Now this right here, rub a man wrong with. It's his land, his cabin, his everything, and you done went out there in the middle of the night, cheated, come back acting all different. Yeah, they did that to women for that reason too. If they had hickeys on them, if they came back with any type of sexually transmitted disease, it would show up on the skin. So they searched the skin for skin tags and moles and warts and whatnot, and they cursed you. Anything. They was treating women like shit. Caucasian men. Now, you look at the state that Caucasian woman is in right now, it's devastating. Because they keep on doing her wrong. And right now they got her thinking she the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop, which is all right. They owe that to her. They do. White men owe that to her. If y'all understood how vicious they were, hanging them, I'm saying burning them alive, women. Any type of makeup a woman wore was witchcraft. If a man seen a woman at a pub back then and she had on makeup, she could lure him back to the crib, do some things with him. It's all pleasurable, all good, all grand, fine, and dandy. But when he wake up from that potion that she laid on him, which is that wine, that liquor, that strong beer, that drink, that hops, that ale, witch's brew. Starts blaming it on that. Witch's brew. She brewed. She got me under a spell, and I woke up to this lady.
Blame it
I'm
on
sitting next to her.
alcohol.
Exactly. Alcohol is witch's brew or ale, because brew used to be called A-L-E, ale. People act like they don't remember that.
Right.
And what did it do? Excuse me for spitting. It takes a ale or a being or element in the body, and it alters their chemical state, allowing them to be loose enough, relaxed enough, right, to do whatever. Loose, loosey, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, Lucifer, loose.
Right.
See, it's a relaxed, sleep, dead state of existence. That's all it is. When you tighten up, you speed up the vibration. Over time, Caucasians developed a system for their women to, be more productive. We had a different order with our women because, like I said, we're older. We've been around longer. We already had ours figured out. This is why the fathers gave the daughters away, because the fathers didn't just get a daughter away at the wedding after she picked and chose the man. No, the father was the one that chose your man, your husband. And women be like, why? That ain't fair. I'm like, it's not fair to you individually, but it's fair to the whole bloodline. You can't think about you when you think about picking your man. You can't. If you're doing that, you're going to keep messing up the genes by not mixing the right chemistry together. And then the good men suffer because we got to get y'all after y'all done been drugged through the mud by these buck wild niggas.
Let's get it.
It ain't cool. I mean, I'm sorry, it is cool. It's downright cold. But we still, love y'all because we don't have a choice. The sun doesn't have a choice but to love the planets. Trust me on that. So y'all might think men is dirt bags and scumbags temporarily, but that's fine. We're still here as the dominant source of energy that keeps things moving. And we will protect y'all no matter what, because we don't have a choice in the matter. But don't misuse us. Don't take us for granted because we represent the sacrifice. We're all willing messiahs. All of us. Every man that gets married to a woman has accepted his fate.
Oh, man, hey, man.
And that's not
That's
bad.
deep.
No,
That's deep.
that's not bad. That's the course of action for every son. That's why the story of Jesus was created. This is what people don't understand. Every man on the planet is that story. Every man that's born to a
Hey.
mother that was raised especially by a stepfather, because Joseph was a stepfather. And whatever nigga that came around and impregnated Mary, her father said it was so. Go ahead. We need an heir. We need children. Her husband ain't giving her no children because he already got 3. He don't want no more, but she needs an heir. I need one for my bloodline is what her father was probably thinking. So whatever black man at the time that was in the area that was considered a supreme being at the time, because we was in rulership, just like the white man is considered supreme now. We was in rule. So we were looked at as royalty too. If a Hindu man that's black like you, but he got straight hair and he knows that his genetics is slightly weaker, he wants your DNA. Look at all the the nice looking, nice Filipino women that are offspring of ours from another time period. They trying to get back into the vine. They getting all the black men now. But back then, the fathers would get the black men and say, here's my daughter. Please
Right.
give us a baby. So that his daughter can give birth to a Shaquille O'Neal type nigga. And then they got somebody to protect their village, like Samson. How do you think Samson was able to do what he was doing? Now, this is stories, okay? I'm gonna feed you the storyline, but I'm gonna give you the reality. The storyline is Samson. Samson is every big, strong nigga born unto a mother and a father or of a father, because he's still a son of man while he's the son of the son, to protect and provide, where the father is going to eventually die or pass on. He's left a portion of himself as offspring for her protection. Why? Because her body type represents the planet itself, and the man's body type represents the sun itself. So again, I will say to you, can you imagine the planet just breaking off from the magnetic pull of the sun and going off and doing its own thing? It would die. It would die just as fast as any toddler that runs out your front door while you taking a nap and gets hit by a daggone car in the street. That's what would happen to the planet. Out of orbit, you're going to run into traffic. So we have to keep things in order. Men do. Discipline is key. Without the man in the house, you need religion. But with the man in the house, he's going to be the discipline. For everyone. Women don't like that. But hey, your dad was the discipline when you was in the house. If he was there.
Hey.
And mom knows. As long as she is in orbit with the sun will provide any gift she wants. So she's just being cooperative. She's giving him offspring and continuing herself at the same time. Remember what I said, we are forms of energy. These body types are part of the game, but you can't have one without the other. You can't. Just like you got to breathe in, you got to breathe out. Remember that. Women are the breath on the end, way in. Men represent the breath on the way out. Why y'all think we die before they do? We control time. Men do. Father time is the expression. Father.
That's right.
Women control nurturing, grooming nature at an infancy phase. They're attracted to the wildness of nature. Men, we're afraid of the wildness of nature. Not so much that we can't handle it. It's just so much that we got to go hunt and gather in it. We got to go out there and experience all the rough and rugged terrain that she don't have to, so she gets to imagine it. The sun knows what's out there in the darkness of space. The planets don't. They've been kept close to the sun. But they'll ignorantly believe that they're ready for the darkness. Are there any questions, big bro?
Yes.
There any questions, big brother?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, Dan, there's a lot of questions. So I'm gonna start with Michelle White. Michelle White. Shout out Michelle White.
All right. Shout out to Michelle.
She
Appreciate
says,
your question.
why does some days seem like they're going by faster than others? If you got anything.
Well, yeah, I got plenty on that, you know. Well, she's gotta accept one thing. There is no such thing as a day.
Okay.
Days are represented by how much light is casted and how much visibility is present. Okay. So the days are only shorter in the wintertime. If your place of existence has a winter, that is. There's parts and portions on the planet that don't have short days at all. Just go up to Canada. You ever been? They have a time period where it's daylight damn near for 3-4 days straight. It don't ever get completely dark. See what I'm saying? It's the tilt of the planet that allows us to believe in a day. But a day ain't nothing but light. Light ain't nothing but the rays. The rays ain't nothing but radiation. And radiation is electrical conduction of negative and positive energy at a high velocity of friction. Keeps enough heat and warmth going on down here for everything to stay in motion. So there's no such thing as a day, but there is portions of the planet that experience less light at times in seasons and some that don't. And I know she knows that. So I'm not actually teaching her anything.
Yeah,
she knows
soon as you said it, it came, it probably hit her just like it hit me. Soon as you said it.
Yeah. Time is emittance of light, or the glow, or as we say in church, glory be to God.
Right.
Glory. Glow and ray put together. Huh?
So they stole that from ancient Kemet.
Yeah, man.
I'm about to break all that down. I'm about to break all that down in the upper coming days. Like, I'm gonna tell you, man, it's a tape I'm finna get ready to put out that I already got loaded up. And it's not me talking, it's Ashfar Crazy. And a lot of stuff you said on this tape, he's showing he's showing like the comedic like there's a lot of stuff you were saying, he's showing on that tape, like the Egyptian side of what you were saying. Like it's like damn, how the hell 15 know he's lining right out with this tape? And I know he don't know how I'm gonna put out this tape. So I know like it's lying right up with everything you saying about the man and the woman and how we look at the woman in ancient Kemet. Like we looked at the woman different until these invaders came in and they hated the woman. They didn't. It was a displacement between woman and man once these beings came in. The way they did shit and the way we did shit prior to back in ancient Kemet. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep. It's just a raw, unadulterated, natural, wild truth. That's all I'm giving, and it's very simple. The wild, unadulterated, natural truth is very pure and innocent. Most people that hear it and receive it, it's like, oh, I know that. Yeah, you do. But you know what snow does? Covers up shit.
Yeah.
So as
shit, frog,
you know,
some kind of shit.
As we've gone, as it covers up the ground, it covers up the essence that gives us pure air. Snow blankets over everything. So what do Caucasians do? They come in and they cover up stuff right in front of your face. What else does winter do? It takes things from you. So everything that gets prepared for the coming of winter, like squirrels, rabbits, and everything, they go get all their food and then they store it. And they go, here come these mother effers. Let's get our stuff together because they going to do like Paul Mooney said. They're going to take everything.
They hunt.
White people take shit. The winter takes stuff.
Yeah, the hunting season is all in the wintertime, like in the fall, my bad. Yeah, that's right. Oh, 15.
The trees are fully clothed in leaves, berries, fruits, and other animals that live in them in these other seasons. But in the winter, butt naked. And the only one that ain't is the evergreen. The evergreen is the pine tree, family. Represents the tree, the family tree, the everlasting tree, the tree that's allowed to sustain itself in every element. We represent it, which is where I'm headed to with the Christmas analogy. The Christmas tree, the Christ mass tree. What is Christ except for crystals? Crystals. Crystal what? Crystal clear. When you become Christ, you become crystal clear on everything in nature, and you can see it all in its purest form. That's why I said every man is potential Jesus, because he has to get to that level of maturity to where he does not mind protecting and providing, which is doing his job. And the story of Yahshua told you what two things that you can learn in nature that'll make you the best provider for your woman and your children. And carpentry is one of them. Fishing is another. If you're a carpenter, you can build a home for your wife. You can build the furniture and the chair, the tables. You can bring everything to her from an artistic point of view. She never has to want for nothing because she can go to her Messiah and say, I want. And he'll be just like the son and produce it and give it and provide it. And then when she's hungry, he goes right out there to the water and say, don't worry about it. I know we ain't got no land right now, but I know where plenty of food is. He goes and gets fishes. They gut, fillet the fishes, and they eat good. You can't tell me they didn't eat seafood all the time. You know women love seafood.
That's a goal right there, bro. I'll tell you.
Yeah, because they're more associated with the water element. They love seafood. So every man needs those two skills. If you don't want to be a scientist, at least be a carpenter and a fisherman. Then when your family is hungry, you do like your granddad and your uncle and them used to do, and they go out there fishing every daggone week, bringing back the fish. And then they, grandma gutted, filleted, and scaled it and everything, and start sending it out to family members in packages. Because granddaddy's God. Little do you know, we forgot. They made us turn away from the images of family being the divine essence. Now we look at the, you know what I mean? We take it from third dimensional divinity down to second dimensional divinity down to first dimensional. They just slowed us all the way down to one. And anybody that thinks that they the one is in trouble. So, any more questions, big brother? I'm here.
Oh yeah, they got them. They got them coming in. Okay, the next dude was I don't know if it's a female or male woman. I mean, a male or female, but Shine says, shout out Shine. Is it wrong to break a promise with someone you've been intimate with? What does it mean? Mean you have felt in, I think he's trying to say incubus?
Succubus and incubus.
Yeah, okay, while having intercourse in spiritual astral realm,
Okay. First of all, the word spiritual and the word astral and realm is going to confuse you. What my bro just did when he asked this question was he spun it with those words, but he didn't know. She didn't know, whoever's using these terms. We use these terms and therefore we can't see what the pureness is in its essence. It blocks the view of perception. So I'll simplify it for you. All it means when you break a promise is to break a bond. Energy is magnetic. Opposites attract. So when those two things attract, a bond is made. You can't pull away from that bond without rubbing off a piece of your essence. That has to dissipate over time, which means she's going to have to outgrow you, or she's going to have to learn to forget about you, or as they say, move on, right? But to break a promise doesn't mean you're going to go to hell. It means the person you broke the bond with could come after you. That's what that means. That could get ugly because you don't know what kind of energy you get attached to, energies that latch on to you or energies that you latch on to. And it goes both ways with women and men. I warn sisters every time, be careful what you bind yourself to, because when y'all make sex or have intercourse or make love and y'all vibrate together as one, negative and positive forces to come together, create enough friction to shoot off enough electricity to give you the spark of life. There's no reason for you to want to freeze that man's energy and house that man's energy unless you're willing to cooperate with it. You ain't gonna be able to keep him there if he's not happy and he needs peace. Women need peace too. They have to get it in stability and security. Women don't have peace if they're not stable and secure.
That's what my wife
So
said.
they got to, man. They got to know they're not going to get evicted from their home. They got to know that you got that on lock. That's what I said about the carpentry skills as a man. You can have skills, niggas with skills. Kevin Samuels had everybody thinking a high value man is a dude that makes six figures. Now, he explained it that that's not all, but I'm sure that's all they heard. A high value man is a man that's very essential to the necessities of society running and staying running. A truck driver holds high value in society because without the trucks moving, where are women going to shop to get their stuff? Trucks is moving day in and day out on behalf of the material realm that belongs to the women. But the men have to come in and make everything move because the women just provide the energy, or I'm sorry, they provide the material. We provide the energy that molds and shapes the material. That's why the woman is not called a son, she's called a daughter, because the word dough is in it. And dough is shapeable and malleable and moldable. Represents the earth. It represents the clay. The clay. She gives you your formation. That's why you got to do what your mama say, whether you think she wrong or right. If you don't, who teaches you about Santa Claus knowing damn well it's a lie, knowing she gonna go out, bust her ass, get you all the gifts she can get you, and then be in debt for the next 3 months, giving the husband hell going, you got to make this right. Husband be like, damn it, I'm gonna be broke for the next 90 days because of these holidays.
Right.
The holidays serve women and children because children are the royalty. They experience heaven in that state because they're free to be. Women provide all the material aspects of the world, and men make sure that they had a money, which is the current or currency, to move and get that stuff. We work together. So again, Children's Day, Christmas, Christ Mass, Crystal Mass, masses of crystals, masses of Christ, masses of stars. We will gather, but we shouldn't gather in the cold. We shouldn't gather in the winter, which lets you know it's just Caucasians' time to pay homage to the sun from which they come from too. So they represent Christmas. Christmas is their celebration, their elemental celebration. Ours is not in Christmas. Ours is around damn near Juneteenth. It's summertime when we get cooking.
That's right.
That ain't our New Year. Our New Year ain't December 31st. Our New Year is in the summer. Mexicans' New Year is in the fall. Asians' New Year is in the spring. This stuff lines up, man. I mean, look at the cultural differences. Their temperaments. Asians like a lot of vibrant colors, oranges, reds, yellows, soft blues, and turquoises, all of that stuff. And they like to wear free-flowing robes that flow like water. Because when you wear a robe and it blows in the wind, it looks like ripples of water. We are elements, man. I could go on and on with this all day because this is what the elements want me to say. I'm ready, man. I'm ready whenever you is. Any more questions, man? I'm got it.
They hitting them. Okay, just a second. Let me get the next one pulled up. They got a whole bunch of them now. They coming in, man, because that's it. They say it's flowing, so we got to get it cracking, man. You going in. So the next one is yeah, but it's a whole bunch of them. So I'm gonna start right here at the top, so I don't leave nobody out. So what happens when? Okay, all right, damn. Okay, all right, my bad. So what happens? Hold on, let me get back to that question. Just jumped up. I got you. We'll try to get the people in order. So all right, there we go. Appreciate. Okay, so what your perspective on why they are trying to do the CERN? I think he's talking about the super.
They talking about CERN.
Yeah, CERNs. Yeah, the high particle.
CERN, right?
Yeah,
CERN.
Yeah.
Okay. CERN. What they're trying to. Here's the thing. Remember, I told you white people, they fragment information. So all of us that are collecting this fragmented information, white people are trying to make particles collide so that they can introduce a new type of particle. They don't know no better. They don't have to do that. They're creating a collider for what? So it could be in the material realm. There's already particles collide.
Right.
It's just ridiculous when they dissect things. That's what they do. They cut everything up. Now they got us looking at CERN as if we're supposed to be concerned in it. We ain't supposed to be concerned with none of that stuff. Leave that stuff alone. It's propaganda to distract you from the truth. Because the truth is, while they working on CERN, what are you working on?
Exactly.
If you just working a job like me, hey, bro, sorry. Go ahead.
No. You could have dropped the mic on there. That was fire right there. Okay, the next question. That was Jalen. Jalen be having them good ones, man. Jalen, that's my guy.
That was a good one. I appreciate it.
Because I ain't talked about that in a while. Okay, it says old heads. All right. Okay. Boom. I said, in what tradition did the father choose his daughter to make?
In what tradition?
Yeah.
It wasn't a tradition. Actually, it was the family way back when men owned the land. That's why polygamy existed before monogamy. Polygamy existed because you see polygamy as a natural thing in nature. Okay. So it's a natural way. It's a wild type of thing, but it was the family business. The family business was based around how many children could be had, but you had to keep the bloodline connected to the father because the father is the bloodline. You just got to be able to accept that there would be no energy in the womb to clothe and put a body on without the father. So he was the one responsible for choosing the mate. Because the mate had to be what? Productive and conducive to the father's DNA, making it stronger and making it better. Back then, to let a young lady at 12 and 13 years old choose that would have been irresponsible. Can a 12 or 13-year-old girl nowadays pick her boyfriend? No. And still to this day, even through the ritual of marriage, the father's supposed to be present to give the daughter over to the man. So they're constantly showing you this is the way, but we now act it out in a play instead of actually letting it play out in life. We just go through the ritual, the ceremony of this while ignoring the effects and the causes of what happens when you don't let daddy do it. And I ain't saying every father is worthy of picking your man either, because some of them, it might just get you, have you up in the house getting beat by a dude that picked on you. Like that on the movie Color Purple, where they had Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert, you know, he took Celie, and Celie was 12, 13 years old, y'all. My grandmother, my great-grandmother had my grandmother at 13, family.
Right.
So by law of nature, that was the natural way. Why do you think it changed? It changed because there's trying to put women in a state of relaxation. Y'all are under a lot of stress. The planet is always going to be under a lot of stress. So y'all's body type is always going to be under a lot of stress. You don't sustain that body type forever. You're a woman in this life, but as your energy, if you have a boy, if you're a woman and you give birth to a boy, that boy is you. It's not just offspring of the father. That's the male variant or version of you. Now, how many men you know look just like their mamas? Even
Right.
some of them built like their mamas, but they come out masculine because that's the energy of the woman. Needed. Women that want to be men produce a lot of boys. You desire it, so 3 types of men might come out of you. 3 different equations will come out of you. Variations, variants, meaning these are possibilities. And you get a chance to see the possibilities of what was and what could be for you through your children before you pass on. Because they are you. We just get so selfish to where we be thinking of ourselves as the one. Remember, I said every time you think about yourself as the one, you in trouble. Because you're missing the real point. Missing it. The real point is we were better off when daddies was picking the husbands for the wives. We were better off as a nation of people. Prosperous too. The men that y'all now call kings were actually kings. Emperors. We was always able to give an heir or have an heir to continue our heir in the body. A woman cannot have an heir, sister. I'm sorry. That's just not the way nature's designed this system. Y'all control the gates. We help protect the gates. Because what happens if somebody rapes you? There's a man that comes to aid and kills off the other man that violated the gates. Because there has to be a son as a protector to stand vanguard for you, which is why your little boy always attacks the man. The boy does. Get off my mama, is what they'll say, while they grab onto the grown man's leg and bite him and beat on him because he's a born natural protector for you. He's the son that won't leave you. They got to understand energy, and this is how energy is manifested in us. We have to be careful of how we think and how we behave, because these behavioral patterns will produce equations and variants of children's life forms of us, of the could and would be. Now we upset because the children are going to jail. That's the equation we produce. That's the outcome of who we are. And there's only one way to change it. You have to change the way you perceive things. If you don't change the way you see them, well, it's going to go all the way left. And you know what happens when you go all the way left? That means everything leaves. And I mean, I definitely, I wasn't trying to come off as no jerk or no asshole, but I hope that answered the sister's question to the best of my
You dropped
ability.
You over answered it. I think I'm saying you killed it. Hey, this right here one. Hey, because I got like 2 or 3 people asking the same question. All right, so what's your perspective on what happens when you die and what happens to the body?
Okay, they must have just came in. At the beginning of the class, I explained it, or the show or whatever, but I'm gonna let you know. Okay, every night you go to sleep. When you're asleep, is the body operative?
Nope.
No, it's idle. It's not moving, which means it's not alive. Remember, I explained live is movement, it's action. Living is action. If the body is not in action, what is? The consciousness still is. Right? So there's no death to you as a consciousness. The body is the only thing that must come to a rest period. You rise and you fall every day. You fall with the temperature. At night, you go to sleep because the body in itself has to slow down in degrees and movement and electrical current because there's more negative ions charged in the air at night. As it cools down, you get slower. You get more relaxed. You get more loops. You doze. You go to sleep, you get your Z's, and on the Z's, the Z is a vibrational sound, like an electrical cord, like the sound electricity makes. Okay? So you become part of the static electrical current that flows in the air and keeps the brain charged, because the brain ain't nothing but a computer. The brain itself is not the mind. It is just a computer. The mind is air, it's the wind. So when you pass, you go directly into a heavenly state. You pass like gas. Gas comes out of your butt after you did what? Ate something.
Mm-hmm.
Then it has to go through the black hole or your esophagus, end up in your stomach, end up going through your gut, processed, dissected, split apart through a chemical exchange, and then you poop out fertilizer, waste, clay, which is a malleable, moldable substance. So if you ask what happens when you die, pay attention to what happens when you eat food. You're going to pass like gas, and when you pass like gas, where does gas go except for in the wind? Because the first thing you do is say, woo, roll a window down. Get it? A window.
Mm-hmm.
As in, let the wind do what it does. Let the wind carry out the toxic gas. Let the wind, the current, the electrical current, knowing that a static current is in the wind, lets you know that the static current is the current, which is the now. So as long as you stay moving, you're alive. You're part of the now, whether you're asleep or whether you're in the third dimensional material state. Because this realm, this verse is material. So when you pass, all you do is pass into what your elements or states is. Liquid first, the blood, you'll bleed out, or your blood will dry out. Your blood will coagulate. It'll stop moving in the body, stop flowing. If the blood's not flowing, electricity is not received throughout every orifice or nook and cranny of the body. You'll lose feeling, you go numb without that electrical current flowing through yourself. Once you go numb, the body goes into a rest state, and now your ether is released due to compression. Due to compression, you will defecate on yourself and pee, because whatever you ate is now being suffocated inside your bowels and it's being squeezed out like you do a toothpaste tube when you want to get to the last drop. Now, you want to know what happens again, or did I answer it? I can give another perspective on it.
No, hey, look, you just answered it, and then the way you explained it, man, I like the way you explained it, because Baba explained it the same way, but he talked from an Islamic perspective when he explained it, talking about the juice being squeezed out of the body.
Yeah. I ain't telling you nothing different than what all the old elders and scholars knew. The thing about it is the scholars, the elders that came before us that paved the way, that laid the pavement for us to walk on, they showed us the way. The thing is we couldn't comprehend the pure truth. So they had to keep us in order, henceforth religions. You needed them for discipline, guidance, direction, focus. If daddy ain't in the house, who's going to guide the family? We need religion at a time when ain't no daddies around.
God the Father.
Yeah. And women to tell it, our Father, who art in what? Heaven. Where is heaven? Heaven is the safe place. Heaven is haven.
Mm-hmm.
Or he and even. So I'm saying it's a balance. Even is balancing. If it's even, it's balanced on both sides. When you leave the body, you go back into supreme balance. You don't have no choice, man. There's parts of your gas state that's so light, you go straight up to the cloud realm. Those of us that have toxic gas, well, you know, that's going to dissipate first. It's going to be split up, shared. There's beings on this planet that feed upon that gas, and they have a digestive system too. So they know what to do with it. Flies know what to do with that. Maggots, they give birth inside of the bodies through this toxic gas that they're feeding off of. They eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs, let me not get, you know, I try to tell everybody about the image of Anubis or Anpu, or Nupu. The image of the dog. The dog can smell death. Dog can smell blood in the air. A dog, when it smells somebody about to die, will whimper, howl, and things like that, because they know you're about to die. But what they get when you die is they get to eat your flesh. It helps sustain them. But what the dog taught us is to bury the bones. We weren't burying our dead until we was initiated into observing and studying the nature of the jackal. And the jackals would come around our land in ancient Kemet when somebody had died, or in the land of the dead, or the Valley of the Kings, wherever we was laying our dead at, and they would surround it. I'm talking about packs of dogs, because they would get ready to eat. Why would they get ready to eat? The desert heat would be cooking the flesh under the ground, and that aroma from the ether of the body would be flowing in the air. Dogs catch that scent. They're the grim reaper. Anything that eats flesh is nature's reaper.
Right.
And you'll lay there with your eyes wide open if you died in a natural accident. You just sitting out there and your ether done left your body and you watching your body get chewed on. Ain't nothing you're going to be able to do about that if you see it. I say move on. It ain't nothing but clothes. You had to take off your clothes and you get ready to move on and get into some more clothes. Darkness comes first. Don't darkness come first before you go into your dream state?
Right.
So when you could die, it goes black first. What's carrying you out of the blackness? It's memory. Your ether is a gas that represents the consciousness. The consciousness is what allows you awareness. Awareness is what allows you and affords you to ability to collect the memory. Memory. Mem is also mom. So without mom, we don't have no memory. We don't really remember. Mom is in charge of memory. Why do I say that? Because mom is the one that keeps the photo album in the house.
Right.
She want to make sure you don't forget your granddaddy and your daddy and your great granddaddy and your great grandma and all these other people. Your mom is infatuated with the memory. She's going to keep it alive too. While daddy's running around making sure we spread a different type of energy. So we have our seats in nature, what we're in charge of, our positions. And we all get a chance to be in different bodies. Trust me on that. You got a daughter, daddy? That daughter is a female version of you. And we all know it. So, you know, I'm ready, bro. Any more questions? I'm ready, man.
I got you. Here we go. Here we go. Man, we got some good ones. They're coming in so fast with other stuff though. So okay, so there's the brain. Okay. Jalen Lewis again. What's your perspective on the NBA players shooting their long shot from across the court and the human robots and the human robotic, the robots and clones?
Tell them Don't fall for the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
These are elite, focused energies that are being born in this day and time, and it will appear to be something new. You got to understand, this is where the God stories of Zeus and the Olympians and
Mm-hmm.
Kronos and the Titans and all them came from. You're looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is raising the energy is expanding, the knowledge is expanding of the games, the intelligence is expanding. Wait till they raise the basketball rim from 11 to 15 feet or 12 or 13 feet.
Right.
They're getting ready to do it. You think they ain't gonna do it with cats shooting half-court shots? They was waiting on this.
Mm-hmm. Niggas dumping,
So,
touching the top of the rim, top of the damn backboard.
And we was doing that way back.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as they let us in the game, we was, niggas is we high energy. Yeah, we've been touching the top of the backboard. Niggas 6 foot, arrow to go, man to go. My dad was a 6 foot man by the time he grew into 6 feet. But in middle school, my dad was dunking a basketball at 12.
Yeah.
And I'm taller than he is.
Damn. The guards.
Yeah. It's the DNA, man. The intelligence that comes with it. I'm talking about the reflex intelligence, the natural intelligence on a cellular level. When people don't know, the body don't have just one brain. Everything called a brain in the body is a brain. Go ahead, bro. I'm listening.
Hold on, my bad. Yeah, so I was okay, all right, I got you, bro. Okay, when the body is in this REM sleep, what is truly occurring in between states? When the body is in a REM sleep state, what is truly occurring in between those states?
The body's being recharged on a particle level off of the realm. The realm is the energy. The realm is also like solar radiation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's going to make sure it keeps the body animated and suspended while it's in a suspended rested state. I'm going to tell you like this. If you sleep at certain angles, you can experience suffocation in your sleep. When the breath and suffocation occurs, anomalies happen, like sleep paralysis, out-of-body experiences. You're already having an out-of-body experience, fool, you sleep. The thing about it is we're so attached to the body's electrical cord that we got to stay attached to the electrical cord, because the electrical cord of the body is the only thing that keeps us magnetically pulled into it. Otherwise, as soon as the magnetic cord is shortened through the breath, when you start losing breath, when people have sleep apnea and they sleep and then they just stop breathing, it's a disconnect. See, that can happen in the sleep state. If somebody cuts your cord while you sleep, meaning murder you or kill you while you sleep, it appears to you that you remain in the dream state. So wherever you are psychologically at the time is where you'll be when they murder you. So consciously, you're not aware of why you got stuck on the planet that you just imagined yourself going to in that sleep state, while the body is supposed to be recharging off of the particles in the air, negative and positive charge, right, going through left nostril and right nostril, infused into the brain, feeding the lungs oxygen, while the lung is constantly pushing out carbon dioxide to charge the air. So there's an exchange, and then you go on a ride during that exchange. There's a breaking period, a hibernation period, where you get to roam free and be the God that you are without any restraints. Now, if you go to sleep and you've been watching television, then the television could control the vision that leads you into a vision. A vision could also end up a vice. Henceforth, the word vice is in it. But VIS, not VIC. Anytime they change the spelling, they're changing the spell that they're casting. And you always have to know what the intention is. Always.
That's fire. 15, how you just broke that down. That's fire. That's fire. What else
I
we got?
mean, these just my perspectives, big bro. These
Hey,
just
hey,
my
look, I love your
perspectives.
perspective, man. Your perspective be fire. It just be fire, man. The way you be breaking
Thank you,
shit
brother. I
down
appreciate it, man.
and explaining it, man. Cause I'm getting a lot, like from your perspective, I'm getting a lot of shit as you talking and you explaining your perspective. Shit, the DNA explosions is happening in my head. I'm listening to what you're saying. And I'm like, oh, okay. Oh yeah, another thing. Okay, based on what you just said, I wanted to just add to what he just said about the your body's recharging. You know how you got these rechargeable batteries, and then they come with like a little thing you can plug in the wall, and then you just snap the battery in there for like an hour or two, and then recharge, just like charging your phone when you plug it into the wall. Like he was explaining, your body is like that. Your body is really like the charger adapter. And so your body is like an electric car or something like that. If I can explain it like that.
True indeed.
And you got to plug it into this. You plug into the ultimate source of the universe every night when you go to sleep. Your body is plugged into this charger, like you plugged into this celestial wall. You plug into this celestial wall when you go to sleep.
Through the breath cord.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Through breathing.
Yeah.
That's the connection. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry,
No,
brother.
no. That's good. That's good. When you breathing in and out, that's the connection, right? Because your body is really recharging off the air at night from the particles in the air, right? So now this is where I've been messing up it, and you can go in on this 215.
I say
Like,
you ain't been messing up.
I ain't getting a full charge.
Been
I
learning.
ain't getting a full charge. So you know, like when you got a battery and you always have charge it, eventually it wears the battery down.
Right.
So me not being fully charged every night, like I got like tonight, I'm gonna go to sleep. When I go to sleep, I'm gonna be late. But then I'm gonna have to get right back up in the morning at like 5:30 to get the kids and everything straight. Usually I can't go back to sleep after that. So I'm always running off a half charged body. My body's
you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me saying,
go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. You gotta be seriously careful because sleep deprivation is a form of torture. And if you are deprived of sleep, then the realms of the imagination realm, the dream realm, the vision realm start to run concurrent with the material realm.
That's facts.
Trust me, you start seeing spirits of anything or any loved one that's in the memory. You start seeing them cross over into what you see in the material. When really they're in the gas state. What you see is in the gas state. In the gas state is infinite possibilities of whatever your light or vision or perspective projects. So you'll project what you see and go, did anybody see that? Nobody saw it but you, because it was a projection that came out of the brain. You thought it, you visualized it, and now it's running concurrent with your third dimensional material reality. And then people will be looking at you going, that dude crazy. He done lost his mind. Well, really, you just stuck in the middle. You go to sleep long enough, then you go back over to the other side all the way. You get enough rest. They call that a deep sleep. You've been slept hard.
Yeah.
Why are you like, man, you snoring, right? But if you sleep on your back, compression takes place. The lungs are restricted, harder for you to breathe. The esophagus weighs on itself and it's restricted. Sleep apnea and snoring and sleep paralysis takes place. So when we say, man, I was asleep, I couldn't move, I was yelling and nobody could hear me, and I couldn't move, I couldn't get out of my body, and I felt like somebody was breathing over my body and it was holding me down. That's what's happening, family. Your breathing is being restricted, and if your breathing is restricted, the electrical current to the body is being severed, cut off. So you're supposed to sleep in the fetal position, family. Trust me, this is how you're supposed to sleep. Don't let the doctor to tell you, put your baby on the back because they'll suffocate laying on their stomach. Don't do it. We're talking about stillbirths. Babies laid on their back can die because they suffocate from the weight of their organs and lungs and stuff, cutting off the breath passages. How do I know? Because I suffer from sleep paralysis. Why? Every time I slept on my back, I used to wonder why. Then I did research on breathing. Study the breath, you're going to learn a lot. Any more questions, my bro?
Oh yeah. Somebody says, what does it mean when you visit a ascended master in the fourth dimension?
First of all, you're talking to an ascended master in the third dimension. That gets his information from the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension is the plane of volume. The volume is space inside of your brain. The light is perceived inside of the brain and then therefore interpreted into a vision. So light is information. Light is us in our purest form. So light going into your head and you start to visualize and interpret. This could be a visit of some sort from some body, you see, but they're visiting you in the form of light, which shows up in the brain as a vision. When that occurs, you can communicate with this. You can get orders from this. You can learn from this. This is probably an ascended master from memory that might be tied to your bloodline. Don't forget, you are magnetic.
Right.
Gases are also attracted to a form of magnetism. That's why I said electricity moves gases. Vibration is what electricity is. So the person teaching you in the fourth, they're teaching you in the plane of volume. If I drew a square or a cube, on the inside of that cube is an empty space. That empty space is the volume. Whatever I'll put in that space is part of the volume that fills it. So the fourth dimension would be the space that fills the other dimensions. What goes on inside your brain is space. There's space in there. What's in there? Liquid. And then there's an intestinal type of substance we call a brain. But if you break down the word brain, it's B, and then the word Ra or Ray, and then the word N. Brain, B, Ra, N, which means light, Ra, radiation has to come in order for you to be. A person can teach you in your dream state, or it could be you teaching you in the dream state through memory of experiences from a past embodiment that you might call a lifetime. The word life in itself is memory, because the word life in itself is file. If you read it backwards and take the E, which represents energy, and put it on the other side of the L, and then read it from right to left, you'll see your life is a file that's being recorded in the ethers. So you can learn from a past memory in the fourth dimension, the dimension of volume and vision in space, where everything is moving, everything is stirred up. Ascended master dimension, well, there's plenty of us, and we all teach on different levels, depending on what level of overstanding we reach at that time. It's a maturity that comes with wizards. Wizards ain't nothing but men that know how to use wise words.
That's right.
I'm a wise word cat. Young Elder's a wise word person.
You call with it, 15. You want to call this out of her and how you spin it, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'll do my best to bring clarity, man. I'll try to wipe away all deception. Deception is a form of shadow magic.
Hey, go into that, because somebody just asked that about shadow magic and how shadow magic connected with the astral plane.
Oh, well, the astral plane family, please remember this. The astral plane words make us only think that the astrals belong beyond the exosphere of the planet. The astrals is right in front of our face. Any space outside the body is outer space where all of the particles and the light photons exist. The atoms are stars. Atoms flow around in the air.
Right.
So the astral plane is in front of you. A plane is a plateau or a level of existence. You have an airplane of existence, then you have the plains down here where grass grow. You got a water, but there's plains in the water too. And then we have to also keep it plain and simple. And all planes are capable of flying. So we know when they talk about astral plane, they're just talking about the air right in front of your face. When I say you breathing, you're traveling through the astral plane. They call it quantum. It's just different spell words. The words are causing most of the confusion, most of the debating, and most of the arguing. Words are swords. Words are a form of drawing a picture. Words are like vibrational pens or pencils. We paint a picture. Whoever's articulate enough is artistic enough to paint a picture vividly enough with words. So words are like the lead from the pencil. Lead leads. See? Lead and lead go together. Because once you've been led, it's past tense to lead, and you write with lead. So you got to make sure you combine all of this types of information so you're not getting stuck in the astral plane word, because the air in itself is the astral plane. We're connected to the astral plane no matter where we go, because it's the plane of atoms, and the plane of atoms is the quantum realm. What else was that question? What else? What other part of that question?
About the shadow magic. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right, the shadow magic. I knew it was something I was missing. The shadow magic is in it. The shadow magic deals with the negative energy. Negative. Remember, I told you in the night, which is no such thing. Night is also called shadow hours because it's the shadow part of the planet that's not receiving the warmth of the sun at the time. The temperature falls and it drops. Henceforth, shadow magic is negative in degrees. It's cool, it's cold. When somebody's performing shadow magic, they're working deception. They're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, the darkness. They're trying to put you in the shadow, or they're working and lurking in the shadows. And when something is hiding and lurking in the shadows, you got to be able to turn the flashlight on it. The flashlight on it is you and your awareness and your perception that you've gained from your experiences as you walked about on this plane of existence called Earth or Enki. While you're down here treading the surface of Enki, you're going to have plenty of experiences where people try to deceive you. Deception can lead you down a very dark, dark, dark hole.
Right.
And if you don't have a flashlight, which is the rays of the sun that lead your butt up out of that dark hole, you'll live down there and you'll become a hermit crab, or you'll become a rabbit, you'll become some type of critter in nature, in thoughts, and how you think. We can't let them put us in the dark with deception. It's been working too long. If I say something like, look, this is a form of shadow magic, and this is real shadow magic. This ain't got nothing to do with no ritual. I'm talking about something that you do and I do and everybody does on a regular basis, and it's shadow magic and niggas just don't know it.
Yep.
Have you ever been talking to your mom negatively about a family member?
Yeah.
You know it. You know why you laughing, because we done all done it. Whatever shade you throwing on somebody, shade is the root word to shadow.
Mm-hmm.
It's the root word to shadow. Shade, shadow. You throw shade when you use your words, which is to cover or block out the light. See, shade blocks out the sunlight. right? So shadow magic blocks sunlight, blocks purity, blocks truth, blocks the raw intelligence. All I got to do is tell grandmama, hey, grandmama, yeah, baby. You know, Lil Ray Ray got locked up last night. No.
Again?
Yep. Again. Exactly. Now, Ray Ray didn't really get locked up. You lying. Because you and Ray Ray was gambling last week and he took all your money with his thug ass and he ain't get none of it back. He said, nope, cuz that's what you get. So you mad at him. Nigga, you know you could have shared with me. No, nigga, you know you shouldn't have been gambling. Now you've been scolded by your thug cousin, Ray Ray. And you gonna go to grandma. Ray Ray got locked up. Grandma already, as soon as you left the house, then spreaded the shade. She done called up Auntie, Aunt Ruby, Aunt Curly. She done called up everybody and told them Ray Ray. And they done said, who told you that? Oh, I just heard it from Tony. What? Let me call around and see. Everybody's calling around. All this shade is being spread. Darkness is being spread because
would it be safe to say, my bad for cutting it, but would it be safe to say that they're like religion is shade magic too, shadow magic?
Yeah, yeah. Religion causes confusion in adults. It's only for children. It's only for the purpose of disciplining children and people that can't discipline themselves. It's a discipline.
The children's science.
Yeah, that's all it is. All of the religions are. All of them. When you get to a state of intelligence where you can lead yourself and wear the feathered headdress and let the wind take you, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what makes you a chief. And every chief smoked something.
Right.
That's why they call smoking chiefing.
Yeah, chief.
Smoke signals. First ones to make the letter O with smoke with our mouth. We grew our own tobacco.
That's right.
And whatever herb was growing out there, we grew it. You ever seen that tobacco can? Or no, I'm sorry, no, it's called the nigga. But it's a Native American Indian. They call it the nigga.
No.
And it's a product that they used to sell back in the early 1900s. And which tells me and tells y'all that they've always exploited us for our potential. Why? Because we're the most potent. The hottest thing on this planet moving is niggas. Okay, if you're hot, you carry a high vibration and a lot of potency, therefore a lot of potential, therefore a lot of power. They see it in us. And they want to control that temperature because they don't have it. They're falling in degrees. They fall in the ability to reason. The word reason is ray and sun put together. So we all have the voice of reason, don't we? That's usually black people. We ain't always the loudmouth niggas running up in there and burning the house down. We also the dude to say, hey, y'all better get this shit together or I'll be back and I'll make sure I straighten you out. It's always one of us that does that too. Always. Henceforth, our stories throughout the ages of what we would call time, which doesn't exist. The same sun that's been shining on all the planets or glowing and spreading love to all the planets is the same sun that was there trillions of years ago. That's that same sun. So if it is, then how could there be a different time? We're still living in the same time because ain't no such thing as time, but the current. The current is the energy that keeps everything moving.
I had a fucking bomb to drop right there.
Like that dude say,
blew me up right there with that one, bro. That was a hard.
Hey, young elder, if y'all think I'm here to play around with y'all, god damn it, I'm not. It's the raw, man. It's real, bro.
Yeah, that sun has been up there, the same sun. The rotation is the illusion of the rotation and all that is what give us the illusion of time.
Yeah, light.
The same sun for all the time. So how is this up some time?
Right. Now look, I'm about to take it a step further before I answer this question, another question, right? When you out in the desert and you are dehydrated, you start seeing illusions. They call them mirages. Mirages, don't they? Where's the mirage coming from? The image you're seeing comes from a heat wave. So you going, man, I'm thirsty. There's some water up ahead. Nigga, that ain't no water. That's a heat wave. You'll never get to it. And you'll be going, man, I knew it was some water up here. I seen it moving. Nah, nigga, that was heat.
Right.
See, and the reason why I'm saying that like that is to let you know, light is what gives you the visual. Intense light starts to send you into a hyper state where you see things just like you see when you don't get enough sleep. So extremes always cause you to lose your perception. Your perception is the first thing to go. Your brain is the first thing to tap out. When your brain taps out, you tapping out of the material realm. And then you start getting crazy. So light is info. Light is knowledge. Light is information. Always has been. Because without a visual, you can't see what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I'll take the question, big bro.
I'm gonna go to the next question. So when you say, if I was to close my eyes when you talking, and let's tell you, I can see what you're saying. I can see exactly what you're saying. Like, and the shit, I'll tell you, a lot of this shit you saying, I'm gonna tell you, 15. I'm glad we're recording it, man, because a lot of the stuff you saying, man, it's like I hear you, but like it's a lot of that shit that might be on people's head. Like a lot of the shit, they got to play it back. But the next question, but you always do that though, so because that's why I'm glad I got it recorded and we live. Hey, this is what I want to say right here. They got the next question. My phone went dead, but I memorized the next two questions, and I'm gonna have it charged back up by then. The next question they had was, somebody said, when the memory of the past lives, when they cut the umbilical cord, do that sever the memory, or is that something to do with the us forgetting our past lives? That's what the girl asked. I can't remember her name.
He said when they cut the umbilical cord.
Yeah, like say like you know how like we been here so many times, right?
Sorry.
Now they say, when the umbilical cord get cut, does that sever the memory in any kind of way, or why don't we remember our past lives like vividly?
You do remember. You remember for the first 3 years.
Man.
You remember for the first 3 years. And if thank you. You knew what I was getting ready to say. So as long as you're remembering, you can't communicate the memory. Nature is a funny ass thing of not letting you repeat the last life in this one. So they start you out on a fresh equation, just like you get a new brain computer. When you get a new laptop or you get a new computer, it comes with a new chip, new memory card, and you have to upload data on it to make it run. You have to put programs on it. So when we are born in the new body and we get our new material self, we're born again, as Christians say, right? Saved and sanctified and washed in the blood, because all y'all to come out of the mother's womb was covered in blood and other types of things, liquid and substances that are housing you inside of her womb. But I'm only saying that to say, when you come through and cut the umbilical cord, you're not cutting off the memory. The memory is cut when it's replaced with other information. That's when it's cut. When they start teaching you things that they want you to learn in this memory, in this file, in this life, they want you to record. It's got a lot to do also with trauma of getting smacked. The trauma of also, because the trauma, when you get smacked, that's an electrical jolt. They pop the baby on the butt. They do it. It's like saying clear with the defibrillator, you know? And the doctor gives the baby a little electric jolt to get it started, jump started, so to speak. You got to jump start some of these cars because the babies come in lazy and sleepy, you know. But the memory's still there, especially with the mother there to communicate in the material the memory. The memory of what? The DNA, the family. You got to debrief them. When they come in, babies that are new to your family way have to be debriefed, meaning they have to be given the new information of the new family that they come through. They got to learn about the new grandfather, or maybe it's from the old family that they just left. But you're going to learn, and then that memory replaces the old memory, but you still have the visions when you go to sleep at night. You still go back to those planes of time, planes of existence that you existed in. You remember the ethereal carbon or the carbon print is still left here from all of your lives. So you'll come across that carbon print when you sleep, when you vision, when you daydream. You're going to ride on the memory then. You know, a lot of us that are daydreamers, we don't forget. We just get called crazy for remembering. So, you know, I hope that gave her a good perspective, or him a good perspective. I don't know, you know.
Oh yeah, you crash every time you drop it, man. It's fire. Straight Jews. They dropping straight Jews and fire signs and tornado twirls. They dropping it all in the chat, man.
No, well, I
Were you
appreciate
a
the love,
student,
man.
teacher of the master teacher partnered by Yayun?
No, not technically speaking, not on the land or not on the inside of parts of the inner workings of the organization. No, I was a student on the outside, like many of y'all who picked up the information by being intrigued and led to go that way, you know. So I was a student of the information, the Nawapian information. I love the Nawapian family and the Nawapian people, and I appreciate all of the researchers and scholars that, you know, helped write those books. You can't neglect them. They did a lot of rigorous research and staying up all night late and stuff to get this information and to compile it together. So, but check this out. I learned from Dr. York. I learned from Dr. Delbert Blair, John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben Yakinen, Dr. Phil Valentine.
That's right.
Bobby Hemmett. Malcolm X, you know, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Bobby Hemmett, and Brother Panic. A lot of things that I got into helped me understand a complete view of what the craft is all about. I learned the craft going through Nuwapu because I wouldn't have been able to see all of it together. You know, Dr. York, the whole team of researchers, they put all of this information they dug up in one book for us. I mean, that was the brilliance of it.
Right.
And I was enlightened by that, you know, woke up. And now here I am, but I had to go through some negatives too. It wasn't all positive because life ain't all positive, bro. Living, it's ups and downs. It's a wave we ride on. And I had to ride the wave to get to where I'm at. Everybody ain't gonna have to go through everything I went through, but you're gonna go through what you go through. It's gonna be different than me. Might be. When that happens, let it flow. You're gonna pick up a lot more information knowing how to compile information. Don't let words trick you. The words are where the trickery is. The spells. I used to let words trick me. I didn't understand how important it was to know the meaning of the words. If you don't know the meaning, a lot of us are out here using words and we're functioning, but we're illiterate. We're functioning, but we're illiterate. If you're illiterate, you're ill. Your light is ill. See, literacy is light. Light and the rate of your light. The rate of your light, lit, light, or rate, light or rate. See, light or rate, literate. If you're ill, light or rate, then your light rate or rate of light is ill, is sick, is slowing down. We can't communicate because we're functionally illiterate. So we don't ever know what each other mean when we say stuff, and then we have to say, nah, I mean, know what I'm saying? You feel me? You follow me? You with me? We got to keep reminding you to stay with me, because I can't really articulate my point. It's hard to give you a vantage point of where I'm coming from. Like when people draw in comic books, you have to draw from a vantage point. Otherwise, the characters on the flat two-dimensional page don't look like they're doing nothing. They don't look alive. You know, I hope that gave him a good point of view of yes and no. Wasn't a student teacher on the land, but, you know, I was a student. Every student is a teacher, and every teacher used to be a student. Every old man used to be a young man, and every young man used to be a baby. So if you pay too close attention to the stages of life, you'll get stuck in certain states that you'll never be able to evolve past. Even as a baby, I expected to be a granddad one day. And if you don't, something's wrong. You don't plan on completing the 3 stages. While you live in the 3rd dimension, you have 3 stages. You got to ride them all out. And in 2 stages, people take care of you. In 1 stage, you take care of other people. In the middle stage, we take care of the babies and the elders. See? When you're a baby, you get taken care of. When you're an elder, you're supposed to get taken care of. It's a lot of judgment going on nowadays. A lot of children, a lot of women, and a lot of men think they can escape judgment. But your judgment comes to you through your children. Your children are the ones that's going to throw, "You wasn't there for me," in your face. That's the judgment. They're going to cook your ass.
That's right.
Everybody think they can live out their lives selfishly and escape judgment. Nah, judgment is upon observation. The minute people look at you, you're being judged.
What?
It's how energy is. It's how we learn. Big bro, I'll be right back. I gotta make a call so my wife come pick me up from work. All right.
Hey, go ahead.
I'll be right back. And then you know, I'll take some more questions.
All right, that'll work. Hey, y'all, we lit, we live. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We still up in the building, man, getting it lit. What I was gonna say, yes, like I said, I'm gonna drop the 15 YouTube. We got 300 people on here right now. I'm gonna drop the 15 YouTube in the descriptions and the links and the comments if you want to go subscribe over to this page. Now, like I said, I got tapes already out with Raziel, y'all out, the people that been with us on the private classes that we used to have back in the day. They already know Raziel is he hard. When I tell you who are the people that I'm telling you, man, like the 15th, he on a whole nother level with it, man. He light years ahead. He light years ahead, bro. So like the shit he said on this tape, niggas gonna be playing that back like 2 years from now, saying, "Damn, man, this dude said that shit." You know what I'm saying? He said it right there on that tape 2 years ago. Yeah, so I'm glad we got it recorded. So hey, we're gonna be bringing the 15 back on. Like I said, he gonna be dropping more shit on his page coming up. So you want to get over there? We're gonna drop that in the links, man. And if you got any questions for me, drop them in the chat, man. I answer some questions. My school is more galactical, right? My school is more galactical. Once a man, twice a child. As it, man. That's it. Yep, that's right. That's right, bro. It's okay. 15 back. My bad. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, we got about 10 minutes out. 15. Then we gonna shut it down because yeah, I'm
back. Sorry about that.
All right, we got about 15 minutes. Then we're gonna have to close it out.
Bet.
Okay, because that'll be perfect too. By the time your wife pull up. So I'm gonna take like three more questions, and then we should be good.
All right. I won't be so long-winded on them either.
Hey, everybody's saying, man, this right here joint was like you dropped so many balls on this joint, man. It's like it's crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
This was hot.
if they like telling me, they like what they hear here, go subscribe to Son of the Sun.
That's right. That's right. And like I just told them that I'm gonna have your suit like 20 minutes after we get off the show. I'm gonna stay up a little bit.
I'll go do.
Yeah, we need more videos though. 15. We need some more hot shit like that. Shit you dropping is hot though. I'm gonna tell you that they got some funny shit, man. That first one he dropped with the dude arguing about the that shit funny as hell, man. That shit is funny.
Oh man, it's one of my favorites.
Oh shit!
I got a show that I'm doing this weekend, actually tonight or tomorrow. I ain't gonna be able to go live yet because I don't have enough subscribers to do that on YouTube.
You don't need like 70 more. Yeah, 70 more.
Yeah,
y'all go.
I will post. You know what I mean? I will post it, but I have a segment is going to be kind of like how Drink Champs is, something like that. But I'm calling it Drink and Think, but I'm also calling them the show the Fact Factory. So it's going to be the Fact Factory, where we just kind of, go through raw facts first before we go through books facts. And then we compare the raw facts, which is the natural facts. New poo, natural new poo, nuapu, whatever word we want to use. It's the science of nature or the nature of nature, is brother, what's his name? Haru, Neb. Yeah, brother Neb, good brother. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So he figured it out too a long time ago. A lot of us figure it out, bro. I'm trying to say, when we figure it out, some of us choose to stay where they are in their awareness, and they don't mind staying there for a while and sustaining that awareness there, growing there. I am the type of energy that has to keep moving, man. I'm a Sagittarius, bro.
Yeah, fire.
Gotta keep moving. I'm the ninth zodiac. You know what I'm saying? I'm just on 9 energy. That's just what I am.
Yeah.
Go ahead, big brothers. Anymore?
Okay, so they asking, okay. They asking, what's your what do you see that's coming for America for the next year or so, like 2023, 2024?
Oh, that's easy. They're still getting us acclimated to the female program once it is formally announced that this is a woman's continent. There will be a woman president soon.
That's fact.
We already got a woman vice president. We're gonna have a woman president soon. They had to make men look dumb enough for us to accept it. You see? But like I said, women deserve their own continent, their own program. Let them do it. Let's see what the outcome will be. It could be great, or it could be a catastrophe. Have you ever left your house and left the kids home and come back, the house be messed up? That could be what happens. Or you could have good kids. You can come back, the house be spotless. So in America's getting turned over to the women. And, by then, once it's under their control, we'll see where it goes from there. I'm just letting people know, you ain't got to get caught up in all these other energies, man. You're going to bond with energies, but you got to learn how to keep it moving and let that energy fall off of you, off the trail of your back end, like Pixie does. That's how fast you got to be moving. Like dust particles coming off your ass. You shed it as quick as you pick it up. That's how I was able to gain a lot of insight, because I kept moving, man. Never let nothing get me stuck. So in the next few years, technology is supposed to get a boost. Asia's technology is definitely going to get a boost. They're producing a lot of stuff and introducing a lot of stuff thanks to them. It's not bad, family. Listen, future civilizations now that are trying to compete in the realm of technological science is not a bad thing. If you get rid of the word bad, then you'll understand. Get rid of the word bad. The word bad is a spell word that will manipulate and influence your mind state or your energy. So if you get rid of it, then you can look at Asians or Orientals or Eastern people, people from a neutral part of our bloodline. You can understand what they're doing. It ain't all about the flag they flying and stuff like that, the dragon, all these different symbols and images. It's not all about that. The Asians are saying our turn. And I told you everybody gets a turn, and Asians represent the spring. Asians represent spring energy. Okay? That's why they produce so much. Look at everything. It's made in China, made in Taiwan, made in the Philippines, made in Japan. See? Made in Tibet, made in Vietnam. Because they letting you know it's a production period for nature. They represent the catalyst for that. Is it saying black people ain't special? No, it's saying that our offspring, the Asians, they're taking care of work. They're doing what they got to do. We're all part of the air now. Don't forget that now. So no matter what color you are, just temperature and degrees to you as a being. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that helped them out with letting them know where we're at least headed. The patterns, pay attention to patterns. Patterns will never steer you wrong because patterns deal with movement, behavior, and action. Okay? So don't matter what the media teaches us, as long as we pay attention to the patterns that the government is and how they behave, we pay attention to the patterns in the system, we will always know what's coming because the patterns are kind of like an orbit. They let you know where we're headed because it's a trajectory where we come back around again. Henceforth, what goes around comes around. That's where I'm gonna leave that. Go ahead, big brother.
Hey, yeah. So, hey, y'all, if y'all in the building and the people that's asking what's the 15th page, I just dropped the actual real, like I dropped the thing, but people didn't see it. So I actually just dropped the actual link. So you can go actually click on it right now and go to subscribe to his page right now, and then just come right back. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you could, the way you can have it for sure. I just dropped it in the links.
Oh, I forgot to tell them when I say son of the sun, I mean actual SON. SON of the SUN, all one word.
Okay.
And that should get them there if they, research it through YouTube. They should be able to find it.
Yeah, I got them. I got the link right now in the I got the link right now, so you can click on that right now and come right back, man. So about to get ready to get off in 15 minutes though.
Okay.
But hey, everybody go. We got 200 people, man. Go subscribe. But most of the people might be already subscribed though, because we also got some of the clips, some of his stuff in the links on the community chat. So if you go to the community chat, you can click on it right there. But I just dropped it in the chat right now. You should be able to go right to it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got to put some more out. We got to put some more out. 15th. This shit is hot. This shit is hot, man.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. We represent the heat.
Oh yeah, this is hot. This shit is hot. Like then the title, the thumbnail, then it being on the 15th. I ain't even know the day was the 15th. I didn't even think about it, man. Until somebody, the day the 15th. It's 15.
The energy 15. Was right.
Yeah, everything's right, man. Then the 15 on the day is the 15th week of the football week.
Look at that.
Yeah,
alignment.
That's 4 15s.
Yeah, that's alignment right there.
Hey, I'll need one more 15, and that's another level of high power outcome. I'm gonna find that one more 15. There's one more 15 I hit somewhere I gotta find. Once I find another 15, I got 4 so far, 4 15s. I gotta find one more 15. And that's gonna put me in the game. So maybe if I get off of here, is it 1500 plays? Because it'll tell me after I get off. I think we had 300 at one time, but like people going in and out, it probably ran up to 1500. Yeah. So that's pretty good though. 300 people, man. Everybody hit that like button. Everybody go subscribe to my 15 the other page, man. So we can get this shit cracking. We got more coming though. This is only the beginning. We got more coming, man.
That's right.
That thumbnail is fucking fire. Hey, that's the first time that I tried to cut somebody out and paste it, and it worked. And
Hey, bro, I appreciate it, man. It looks beautiful, man. It's great.
Fire, man.
Awesome. It's definitely
fit right along with you, everything you were saying. Like, you know, it went along with the man.
Yeah.
The woman, you know what I'm saying?
I had to let people know we're the celestial. Okay, you know, it just comes down, it comes into, not down, it comes into. We come into these planes of existence, but we're all of the celestial energy that comes from the celestial bodies, because each celestial body has its own core or soul, right? So that's what we represent. I just be wanting people to understand this, stand on it, agree with it, see it, because if you don't, people are going to always be able to mislead you in life. Always, because all they got to do is use a fancy word on you. If I use a fancy word to describe everything, and I'm not using plain and simple scenarios for people to see what I'm saying, that I won't never be able to paint the picture for them. So I keep it simple enough where they can make references, go back to, oh yeah, he said this movie, that book, this word, this symbol, this angle, you know. Like when I told them about the black woman, or not the black woman, but the woman period, her womb, her vagina is a pentagon. It's a 5-point stargate. You know, that's the gateway to the physical realm. Right there, the material realm. So she is the gatekeeper. Like that chick on Ghostbusters told, you know what I mean? They letting you know women guard the gates to the material realm. This is why women love jewelry. They love clothes. They love looking good. They love the materials, because without the materials, what matters? And if it don't matter, then you don't need a mother. See? And in the material room, everybody needs a mother. So go ahead, bro. I'm ready for the next.
Hey, the last question we're gonna take for the road. Are the Aztec the Egyptian? That's what somebody asked. Little Chris, young Chris. What's his name?
Well, I mean, you know, if you want to go do the research and find out exactly the connection and go through the rigorous research of learning that, you can find it. Yeah, you can find a connection. You pretty much can find a connection to anything you want to find a connection to, big bro. Anything. Yeah. You want to find the connection of Mayans, Aztecs, and Egypt, you will. You know why? Because the behavior patterns throughout nature are consistent throughout all cultures.
There you go.
We don't have no choice but to behave like the elements, my bro. So we're going to copy or be carbon copies of each other in each culture. Every culture comes out of the one set or heat or a position that we come from, all right? So yeah, you're gonna find connections in that. I showed y'all some when I told y'all about the Native American feather headdress and why every culture puts feathers on the head. In ancient Egypt, we wore the bird headdress. The men did, and the women, they wore the feather wings up under their what? Arms.
Yeah.
Because they represent the house. They represent the shade, the shelter. See? We build that though. We strengthen that. So I just want them to know, like, look, connections are there, man. You can find Egypt in every expression of every culture, because at one point in time, the center of intelligence and education was there. It was coming from us because we represent light in its purest form, heat, the soul, information incarnated, you know, light. We give everybody the visual, the vision. We reveal things. So when you're living in revelations, it's time for people like me and others like y'all to reveal things. That's why I'm doing this, man, because it's time for it. Now, I done been threatened. Somebody told me, man, you know they'll kill you. And I said, well, shit, you know, I can die driving this truck too. It's a lot of things that could take me up out of here, but that don't stop the wind from moving. I'll be back. I'll be born again. I got sons. I have heirs. You see what I'm saying? So if you, when you know the concept, don't get caught. Well, you know, I'm not going to tell nobody that. You know, whatever disciplines you, let it stabilize your energy. Me, I don't go with the right wrong theory. I choose not to use those words. To me, positive and negative are a better word for me to get a clear view on certain situations. And a person could be coming at me in a negative way. I'm not gonna get mad. I don't get mad at him like trying to match that energy right now, because I understand the opposites attracts and the push-pull method. Yin yang. If a dude is coming at me with all that yang, I got to give him some yin. Push pull. Be in harmony with each other, you know? That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's
So,
right. That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
though. I'm gonna say this and I'm done.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
that brother, you will be able to find what you're looking for by just looking for it. All right.
Look
So
and
yeah,
you shall find.
that's
Knock
right.
and the door shall be open.
He know. Whoever it was is asking, because you know the Mayans, they got glyphs.
Yep.
So
The
he
Mayan
like,
calendar, the
yeah.
calendar. That's
His
all.
natural intelligence is telling him, hey, there's a connection there.
Yeah.
Ask about this.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. The wind is saying, go this the way. The wind is putting interest in you. What rests into you is what will lead you. Your interest. So whatever you're interested in, big brother, go for it. You're gonna find your answers. Don't collect too much garbage in your answer, though.
That's right.
It'd be like a woman with a real big purse, and every time she got to go get in the house, she got to go in her big purse to get the keys and can't never find them because she got too much shit in there.
Hey,
and I'm gonna leave it with that, my brother.
Hey, we out, man. Look, hey, we better hit the Broadway, man. We gonna be back at you. Keep in mind, y'all get the game. We got 10. I got 10 tapes already loaded up. So tomorrow I start the onslaught. The onslaught begins tomorrow, man. I'm gonna drop so many. Yeah, I got tapes. I'm gonna drop 4 tapes on Saturday, man. Back to back. I already got them already scheduled to come out. So yeah, it's game over. I ain't playing no more game. I got a new program to do this, do the thumbnails and shit and all that, man. So we finna get lit and live. We finna be back again.
Right.
And like I said, don't forget
live.
That's right. That's right, baby. Don't forget if you want to show my brother 15 some love, we got his Cash App pending at the top. So you just go check the pin out. It's Cash App him as Shining Brave 1. And I'm dropping the YouTube again. So as we close out, you just, if you ain't subscribe to him, click on that link that I just dropped just now, and just go over there and subscribe while you hit it. So we about to get up out of here, man.
I appreciate everybody. I just wanted to say that, big bro. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for all the love.
They appreciate you, 15, man. Like we got like 200, 300 people here, and everybody dropping the Jews. Like, man, the fire signs, like it's hot. It's on. You probably gonna get a chance to go back and check it out.
I appreciate
when
that.
You get through, yeah. So it's everybody saying, man, how do you know you? Like, well, okay, we're gonna come back. Don't worry, we might do a part 2.
They got the questions flowing, don't they?
This shit is hot, man. Hey, look, this shit is hot. I'm telling you, like this was hot. This right here was that sleeper. This was just that sleeper class. They didn't know. It had Tahuti made it happen right on time, bro. Because it's like the 15. I'm telling you, man. I see alchemy. I see shit that's going. I see this numbers. I see the line, everything line up. I see how everything line up.
Divine, brother.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen right now, this tonight, on this date, right here, right now. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to happen right just like it happened. So we in the game. It says thank us. Everybody said thank you. Ashug, Wadu, great show.
Much love.
It's like we getting it's right here fire, man. Hey, don't worry, Remy. We're gonna be back, man. I'm telling you, man, 15 took it easy on y'all tonight, bro. He took it easy on y'all. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We gotta warm you up first, get you see where y'all lit. Right now he coming back to check the oil, see how far if they ready to accept what I'm gonna say, checking to see where y'all level of thinking it to where he can unload. Once he figure out, okay, they got this part, I can go to another level and then go some more. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's happening right now, man. Right, so we about to get up out of here. Hey, shout out everybody.
All right, big bro.
Hotel.
You want me to hit you up tomorrow?
Yeah, hit me up tomorrow, man. I'm gonna be up probably like I'm gonna be up early working on these tapes tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm gonna do a show tomorrow night too, though. But I'm gonna be up early working on these tapes, trying to get them all lined up before Saturday.
So yeah, man.
That'll work. That'll work.
Hit me up,
All
hit me up. Islam. Hey, some dude named John K said hit him up too. In the chat. I don't and he used your chief call sign. So I guess he must know you. He said because your keep in mind the 15th, his Native American on the land chief call sign is Shining Brave. The same thing as his cash app. It's his chief, so it's Chief Shining Brave. So you want to hashtag Chief Shining Brave. That's his tag, right?
Appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah. So we out, man. Islam,
All right.
peace, hotel, divine energy, divine love, divine harmony throughout the boundless universe to all.
That's right.
Wadu.
Wadu.
Wadu.